Sensory rooms are incredibly important for us. Edgbaston wants to be for everyone, and we want anyone to be able to come and watch cricket and feel comfortable. So we came up with the idea that we needed to create 2 rooms so that whether you're at the city end or the pavilion end, and you needed to take your child, young adult, into a safe space for a few hours, you'd have that capability here at Edgbaston. We don't want it to be a barrier to watching live sport.
I think before sensory rooms we struggled, if we're honest. If we had a 2020 match, for instance, which is a few hours, that's a long time, especially for Stanley to not get overwhelmed or overstimulated, and not having a break or somewhere to go or somewhere to make it easier to get through them tough times is hard. So I think I know that Lindsay's boys and Celia can have a place to come, a safe space. Their times can be manageable now at the cricket, and we can last a lot longer. And they're my biggest supporters. So yeah, it's really good now. It's made a good change in our lives.
Well, it was just all the time. It was just all over too overwhelming. Like the noise, because it's soundproof. Like there's no more noise anymore. I wanted to watch it, but like the crowd was really like overwhelming, and like the speakers. But in here, it's just really not.
We love to pave the way, so we've got other grounds coming to take pictures. Understanding how we do it, how we operate it is really key, and the ECB are doing a bit of a case study on us as well.
To have this space does help, and I think it's something that if I can help spread that and an acceptance and awareness, and that's a good thing for all of us to do, really.
Edgbaston aren't afraid to get properly stuck in when it comes to sustainability. They've even built their very own allotment right here at the ground, where I've been joined by Director of Operations, Claire Daniel. Claire, this place is amazing. How did it come about?
So our chef team are so passionate about food and produce and locally sourced. They really wanted to build an allotment, start growing their own veg and using it on our menus.
Why did sustainability feel important?
We've got an ability to have a really positive impact on climate change, and we take it very seriously. So we are really focusing on plant forward, more vegetarian and vegan options. We don't use any single-use plastic at all across the stadium. All of our energy comes from renewable sources. We recruit in the local area. And it's about having a really positive impact on the city.
This couldn't possibly sustain all of the 500,000 visitors that you receive each year. So where else do you get your produce from?
That's the wish, ultimately, is to have somewhere big enough. We don't get any produce from outside the UK. We home make 90% of the produce that we serve on all of our menus, which makes it a lot easier. And we use kind of locally sourced traders and vendors. We also work closely with Ford Farm. They help us within our retail catering, and they've been an excellent partner of ours.
Ford Hall is one of the first organic farms in the country. It's been organic for over 65 years. In 2006 it was sort of facing redevelopment, and it was saved by a community scheme, so it was essentially bought by 8,000 shareholders. We came from sort of one catering unit here at Edgbaston to running the whole concession contract here.
And how do you strive for sustainability in the way that you farm?
We rear all of the animals organically, so we are completely grass-fed. We don't use any additional corn or anything like that. It is Soil Association certified.
Does that have an effect on the taste of the food? Do you say that the cricket fans are benefiting as well as the environment here?
We definitely think that the meat tastes better. It's reared slowly for longer, which produces a better tasting product, and hopefully something that people enjoy here.
In a venue this size, wastage is always going to be an issue. Fortunately, Edgbaston have hit upon a brilliant solution. Local food redistribution charity, Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum started about 7-8 years ago, and we go out every single day of the week, including 2 breakfasts, to feed the homeless, really acting as befrienders who help to bridge the gap between people on the streets and the services. The food is a huge part of that. You know, that is absolutely our way to connect with people and provide exactly what they need whilst having those important conversations. Edgbaston have been absolutely incredible. They've really pioneered this community spirit. They always provide us with their surplus food, because then we can go out that very night or that morning hand that food out to people who need it most. You know, sometimes we might see 80 to 100 people in one session. Just being able to use what otherwise would be food waste, but actually putting that to a great home is incredible.
Do you think that other venues should be taking note?
100% of the venues should get on board. We've spent a really long time working with environmental health, working with experts, anything we need to do to make sure that food is not being thrown away unnecessarily and actually is being literally put in the hands of people who need it most. So I would encourage any venue to reach out to a charity like Let's Feed Brum to understand actually how can they work together to help the community.
Locally sourced organic produce arrives, fans enjoy delicious eats while they're at the cricket, and anything unsold goes to those who need it the very most. When it comes to food and sustainability, Edgbaston, it seems, has got it sussed.
So in that final, you scored 100 and took 2 wickets as England went on to win the first ever World Cup. Can you remember how you felt when you walked out and then scoring that 100 on the way to winning a World Cup?
I was a little bit nervous when I first went out, but then I think with nerves, you play more cautiously. And I was really elated when I came out, particularly because my father was there and he greeted me with a rug over his arms. So, yeah. Because he was in his 80s at the time.
Yeah. What was the crowd like that day? Because obviously we've got the Ashes here at Edgbaston this summer and tickets flying for that, and it's going to be so good when we see how many people come and watch that. What was the crowd like then? How much excitement does it give you to know that there's going to be so many youngsters perhaps coming to watch the women play in the Ashes this summer?
It gives me a lot of excitement to know that there'll be more people here this time. And in fact that they'll bring their children and they'll want to then play. But in fact, when I went out to the middle, I just concentrated on what was going on in the middle. I was very aware when we came off and we were given the medals by Princess Anne. And then I got my MBE and went to and met her there, and that was great. Because I'm talking about the men's cricket. She said, no, I don't mean the men's cricket.
Yeah, and Eve, you play a lot of your cricket obviously here with Sparks. This place is sort of steeped in history. Does it make it a bit more special even to know that you're playing this professionalised game now and the likes of Enid have blazed that trail for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honour really to be able to play here and know that everything that you guys have done to be able to give us this opportunity to be able to play professional now. I think the way that the women's game's going, it's only going to get better and better, and it's great to see that.
So obviously you played that World Cup final here and you hit 100 in the final. What's it like to then be back at Edgbaston looking at it, knowing that's 50 years ago and seeing all the changes that have happened in that time?
I absolutely adore coming here and it just brings back very, very happy memories.
It was quite a landmark tournament because it was the first Cricket World Cup ever, men's or women's, and I was watching a daytime quiz show and it came up as a question. It was, when was the first Cricket World Cup held? And lots of people say things, 1975 or whatever, in the men's. And they were like, no, 1973, won by England, in England, at Edgbaston. So there you go, you can make it onto the BBC quiz shows.
This is our ground here, this is where we love to play. And it just brings back very, very happy memories.
On the reverse. More drama here in Edgbaston. Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off.
Brilliant. That's out. That's a good catch as well. Al Davies.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged. Has it carried? It has. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Well, a very good morning. I'm Clive Egan, Nick Clegg-Hill from BBC Essex will be joining me shortly. We also have Grace Ballinger and Phil Britt with us today on the third day, possibly the final day, likely the final day, but not definitely, of this county championship match with Essex on 86 for 4 in their second innings. Warwickshire taking the field. So Essex are still 30 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. It is an overcast morning. Tell you what, because you might as well do 5 minutes while we're waiting for Nick. If you want to come in there, Grace, just for 5 minutes while we're waiting for Nick to do his update. You have to do your update, Nick, aren't you? Is that right? Yeah. Which reminds me, I've got to remember to do mine as well. So a little cameo appearance from Grace Ballinger for this one. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Good to be back at Edgbaston.
Yeah. Intriguing. It could go one or two ways this today, you feel. Either Warwickshire will make inroads reasonably quickly and it could be over fairly quickly. But if Essex can bat half decently, if they can get to 250, that could put a bit of pressure on Warwickshire. And Michael Pepper and Matt Critchley will resume. So 86 for 4. So it's overcast. Fairly cool, but it is dry. And Chris Rushworth come out of ball. Have you seen much of Warwickshire this season so far, Grace?
I have, yeah. I mean, I keep a check on them, even though I'm obviously not based here anymore. But I was here, was it last week or the week before, against Somerset, I think it was, or Kent it might have been.
Kent, yeah.
Yeah. They've looked pretty good. I mean, brilliant signing, Chris Rushworth.
Yeah.
And he got both of these players out in the first innings, so he'll be hoping he'll be able to do it again.
Well, he's got one more ball to bowl of his 9th over in the second innings. He came off a bad light yesterday. Michael Pepper on strike, 2 slips, wicketkeeper standing up. Chris Rushworth does a bit of loosening up, 6 wickets in the match for him so far. He is now the First Division's top wicket taker as things stand. He comes into bowl and that's played to mid-wicket for no run. That's cricket for you, isn't it? Daft sport. He bowls one ball and then we all swap around and we'll get to the next over. You're playing for the Blaze this year. That's sort of what was Loughborough Lightning, effectively, isn't it?
It was, yeah. Yeah, relocated to Trent Bridge this year, and yeah, now we're the Blaze and we're top of the table, which is nice.
That's not bad.
Different to how we've been in previous years. So.
Yeah. Hassan Ali is going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end. And bowling to Critchley. Matt Critchley was on 10. Survived 33 balls yesterday. They've got plenty of time, Essex. Can they build an innings that will actually put Warwickshire under a bit of pressure when they come to bat? They've got to make them bat first. Let's push out to the offside. There's no run. They still need 30 to wipe out that first innings deficit. Game feels sort of opposite to what happened to Warwickshire against Surrey, in that Warwickshire, even though they were bowled out quite cheaply in the first innings, even though they were behind for much of the first innings, they seemed to be in the game really until Surrey's 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, and the same really applies here for Essex as Hassan Ali comes into bowl and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Yes, they bowled out for 126, but for much of Warwickshire's innings they looked as if they might be able to keep the first innings lead just down to something manageable until the 9th and particularly 10th wicket partnerships took hold. 70 added for the last wicket. You've seen Hassan Ali's celebrations?
I have, yeah. I think it's great. I love a bit of flair, and he's certainly got that, hasn't he?
So 2 slips. Hassan Ali into bowl, and he just drops a bat on that Critchley and pushes it back to point. There's no run. Not too many in the ground at the moment. Pretty cool day. Maybe a few in the members' bar area. Warwickshire looking for their 3rd championship win of the season. Essex trying to resist. Hassanali turns. Made half century with the bat in brisk order, bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. Doesn't quite find a gap though. There's Critchley and there's no run. It remains. Oh, I say it remains. It's gone to 88 for 4. I think I must have missed a no ball in there. The scoreboard is saying 88 for 4.
Didn't notice that either.
No, no. So now he comes into bowl to Critchley, pushes out to the onside. He'll get runs here. That's through mid wicket. It's been chased down by Dan Mosley, and Critchley gets 2. He's on to 12. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are bidding for their 3rd championship win of the season. They have Essex 4 down in the 2nd innings, with Essex still behind Warwickshire's 1st innings total. 90 for 4 Essex. They've added 4 runs this morning to reduce the deficit to 26. Essex would have to get to around about 250 to put a bit of pressure on Warwickshire. That could make it difficult for the home side. At the moment, Warwickshire are looking favourites with Essex 90 for 4. And Hassanali bowls, and that's pushed out back to the bowler for no run. $90 for 4 the score. There's nothing actually come up on the score on the usual websites we look at to explain where that 2nd run came from, or that other 2 runs came from. That one that goes past the outside edge, that's short, goes past the outside of the bat. So I'm still slightly at a loss to understand why it's 90 for 4. I think it's actually 88 for 4.
I'm pretty sure at the start of the over, Ali had gone for 13 and at the end he'd gone for 17, so I don't know how we've both managed to miss a 2 there if it was the case. But
it's not gone to the scores. I think it's a slight puzzle, but anyway, yeah, you know, it's still saying 1 for 15 on on Cricinfo, which usually the scorers comes straight from the scorers, doesn't it? You want to describe this before Nick comes in?
I will. In comes Rushworth, and that's slightly back of a length and cut pretty late by Pepper. It looks like it will run away for the first boundary of the day, and someone gives chase, and it looks like he stopped the ball going over, but you question if any signals for the fielder out there. Very honest, and
yeah.
it was a quick effort, wasn't it? Down to chase, but first boundary of the day.
Well, that was your dress rehearsal. I'll bring Nick in now. We'll have you back in half an hour.
Just
Grace.
the one ball.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. Grace Barnes will be back in half an hour. So, well, the scoreboard is still saying 94 for 4. There is an anomaly here still, which it didn't feel like more than 6 balls were bowled in that last over either, so it's all a little bit mysterious. But anyway, Chris Rushworth's coming into bowl to Pepper, and that's beaten him, and Michael Burgess takes it behind the stumps. There's no run. So the scoreboard is saying 94 for 4. We still think it's 92 for 4.
There was a no ball from Hassanali.
Well, it hasn't gone on the Cricinfo score at the moment.
It was signalled.
Okay.
So I think that's the missing link.
Anyway, in comes Rushworth to bowl to Pepper. And he pushes that out into mid-wicket for no run. So 94 for 4 means the deficit now is 22. So Essex's first job is to wipe out that deficit.
Yes, morning, Clive, and certainly also they'll be hoping for this cloud cover to lift, because the forecast is good today, but it's actually started off as fairly decent bowling conditions, and Warwickshire we're looking to capitalise, but certainly the forecast is for it to be sunny and warm.
So Rushworth with 2 slips in place, fairly short run-up, comes into bowl, and that's again gone past the bat, taken by Michael Burgess. Pepper leaning forward, taps the pitch, and there's no run. So 94 for 4, yeah.
To say this is a big innings for Michael Pepper is an understatement. got a great 92 against an attack which I'm sure would have included Chris Rushworth at Tesla Street a couple of years ago, but really needs to make a score to stake a place for a place in the first class side.
Rushworth to Pepper. He just wraps on the pads as a shout, not an appeal. Sort of, well, Michael Burgess raised a hand. Chris Rushworth didn't even turn to the umpire. It is a leg by. 95 for 4, so that's a steady enough start from Essex. The ball's gone past the bat a couple of times, but they're eking out the runs. What do we think, Nick? 250, or if they match Warwickshire's first innings total of 242,
yeah,
it starts putting a bit of pressure on Warwickshire.
A little bit. They probably want a few more than that, I think, because with that point I made about the weather improving, I've got a feeling it may be the better batting conditions.
And the pitch does tend to get easier as the match goes on here at Edgbaston. Rushworth comes in to bowl, and again that's gone past Critchley's outside edge. Good over from Rushworth, but no wicket from it. 95 for 4 at the end of 29 overs. The deficit is 21.
Yes, personally I think Warwickshire in a very strong position. An awful lot depends on these two. I think a lot of damage was done yesterday. At one point I thought that Essex were bowling Warwickshire out too quickly because they were going to be having to bat in perhaps quite awkward conditions. They have that last wicket stand, and then you know, those extra wickets going down before the light intervened I thought were really crucial at the end yesterday. It's a lot for Essex to come back from, but I tell you what, if they can win this game from here, it really is going to be something quite special for them, and I think we are going to get a winner. That's the good news of this game. Here's Hassan Ali with Pepper on 4 and Critchley 12. Still some cloud cover as here Pepper just stretches forward and runs it down towards Ed Barnard, who's been a bit of a revelation so far for Warwickshire at backward point, and there's no run. Yes, we've got this high sort of cloud cover which is pretty solid at the moment, but it is meant to break up, and then we're going to have quite a sunny afternoon.
Good morning to Alex, Chris and Gary, who are on the live cricket page. If you want to follow all that's going on elsewhere, you'll learn that Ben Folkes is out for Surrey if you look at that page.
95 for 4, Hassan Ali bowls, and that's all come off an edge. He was trying to work it away through the onside. It's gone down to third man for a single, so a bit fortunate there. A little bit of movement from Hassan Ali, found an edge but went safe past, well, through where a gully would have been, not at catching height, down to third man. So it's 96 for 4, and Essex relatively untroubled so far this morning in the sense that these two have got a start, but they're still 20 behind. 96 for 4. Yes, disappointment for Ben Folkes. I think the majority of cricket observers would like to see him keep his place in the England side. As Hassan Ali bowls. Oh, and that's a flashy shot from Critchley. He's very fortunate not to edge that. He was trying to crack that through the covers. And again, a little bit of movement undid him, and could easily have edged that through to Burgess. So Hassan Ali just causing a few problems here. 96 for 4.
It was a loose shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's a feeling out there that you probably do need to get on with it while you're out there and try and score runs, but that was pretty loose. It'd be bonkers if Ben Folkes isn't playing in the test, wouldn't it?
No, I'm totally. Yeah, it's a question of course, who will miss out and what they'll do. 96 for 4. As this is a nice square drive. That's a good shot from Critchley. 4 down to the shorter boundary at backward point. Just rode the bounce of that, got it past backward point, and nothing the third man could do about it. 100 for 4. And Essex will be relatively happy with the start here. The deficit down to 16.
Ed Barnard did dive to his left. I think it was in the air momentarily, but he couldn't quite reach it.
Yes, it's one of those situations we feel if Warwickshire could get a couple of early wickets here, we could have a relatively short day. But the flip side of that is Essex can bat well today and take the game deep into tomorrow. They might have a pretty decent chance still of winning the match. 100 for 4, and Critchley on the drive sends it back to Hassan Ali. But he has been in great form as Critchley this season after a disappointing campaign last year when he's only averaging in below 20s. But he's been very consistent.
The 100's come in 179 balls, so they're scoring at a reasonable rate. Essex need to continue to do that.
Yeah, and as I say, he's been a model of consistency so far as Critchley, without getting the really big score. That one just played back down the pitch, and It comes off the boot of Hassan Ali and goes up towards mid-off, but 100 for 4, so 14 added, Pepper 5 and Critchley 16, with deficit 16. Essex do have a fairly long lower order with Harmer in at 7. There's been a bit of debate this season. Clive, Essex, you remember, came here with 3 seamers last year. They've ditched that policy. They're playing 4 seamers, but it does make the tail, if you like, of a lower order a bit longer.
Well, you look at the first innings, the top 4 all got double figures, and none of the rest did.
Yes.
So it did look a little top heavy. And Warwickshire will hope to build on that as in comes Rushworth to bowl. Bit of width there to Pepper, and he's taken full advantage and cut that down to third for 4 runs. There's a little bit offline there, Rushworth, and Essex making good progress this morning. 104 for 4 in their second innings. These two came together just before the close yesterday on 86 of the overnight score. That old bugbear of a batter when he gets out and then 2 balls later the umpires come off a bad light. That must be so infuriating. Rushworth comes into bowl to Pepper, and that's on the front pad. It comes out onto the offside. There's no run.
Yes, so very big innings for Michael Pepper. If he can sort of replicate what he did at Durham a couple of years ago in a very tough match situation. He got a 50 at Canterbury on a bit of a shirt front a couple of weeks ago. Don't pay too much attention to that. It's can he get runs here against a high-class attack in a tough situation? That's what Essex are looking for.
In comes Rushworth to bowl to Pepper. Plays back to that, runs it down to third. Sam Hain gives chase from slip, and it's 2 more runs for Pepper. So he's moved on to 11. He was on 0 overnight, so he's now on 11, and it's 106 for 4.
Yes, Chris Rushworth, the leading wicket taker in Division 1, a couple ahead of Mohammed Abbas now. And what a fine signing he's been for Warwickshire this season. Looking to add to that total this morning, particularly while the cloud cover's still there.
Still got Michael Burgess standing up, 2 slips in place. In comes Rushworth, right arm over. Slower ball, which is picked up well by Pepper, and he plays it to mid-wicket for a single. So he's taken 7 runs off the over to move on to 12. It's 107 for 4.
I feel it's quite a pivotal game this for Essex because they haven't lost yet. They've had a few draws, but this is a game they found tough in recent seasons, Warwickshire away. And if they can find a way of getting back into this game and go on to win it, it really would be a benchmark for the season for me. Strange game because Warwickshire have largely been on top throughout, apart from that collapse Warwickshire had in that first innings.
In comes Rushworth, and that's clipped again to mid-wicket, this time by Critchley. And he gets a single. This is quite an expensive over. Yes, I was saying earlier, it has parallels with Warwickshire's defeat against Surrey. Although Essex were bowled out for 126 in the first innings, and Warwickshire's third innings pair put on a few runs, they were still very much in the game. But it began to slip away from them somewhat with the 9th and 10th wicket stands. Exactly what happened to Warwickshire against Surrey here in the last game. But Essex still with her hopes here. And he plays back to that, does Pepper. Back to the bowler Rushworth. It is the end of a relatively expensive over. 7 came off it, including the 4 to Pepper, who took 6 of the runs from the over. And Critchley got 1. So it's 108 for 4. Pepper's on 12. Critchley's on 17. And they're getting ever closer to Warwickshire's first innings total. They're 8 runs now away from making Warwickshire bat again.
And you can get in touch with us also on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to this morning. Michael Pepper, who's really come on leaps and bounds as a white ball player, and Critchley was a star also in white ball for Essex last year. But could it be that these two can deliver in a red ball match here as Hassan Ali comes in and bowls to Critchley, who's beaten outside the off stump. He's getting a little bit of movement here, Hassan Ali, just causing a few problems. I think that one did genuinely beat Critchley outside the off stump. That 92, which he made at Chester Street a couple of years ago. The thing I remember about that game was the first time I went to a cricket match post lockdown, when it almost felt normal at Chester Street. What made it quite a special occasion, and a tremendous innings from Michael Pepper there against a tough attack. 108 for 4, and Critchley peeled for BW here as he's pushing forward. He's quite confident there, Hassan Ali. Went across his crease there and had arms outstretched, but no approval from the umpire. 108 for 4.
Yeah, passion peel from Hassan Ali. Finger stays. I hint if it brightening up a bit. It's no blue sky overhead though.
Well, after a absolutely disastrous first day for Kent and the virtual washout yesterday, they've started well against Hampshire this morning. Wes Agar with a couple of quick wickets. Middleton 48 and Gubbins 1. Hampshire 112 for 2, but they are already ahead. And here's a loose drive from Critchley, and it beats him outside the off stump. He has been trying to play his shots here, but he's taking a bit of a chance here against Hassan Ali, who's getting a little bit of movement, and you feel that one of these deliveries is going to have his name on it if he carries on playing in such an expansive fashion, particularly at this stage against Hassan Ali.
The second drive of that nature from him.
Here's Hassan Ali again, turning and moving in towards us at 108 for 4. Up to the wicket he bowls, and here Critchley just gets right into line and plays up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, a model of consistency, as we have been saying, has been Matt Critchley this season. It's been a fine campaign for him. 4 50s already, and a pair of 50s against Middlesex, 1 against Lancashire, 1 against Surrey. Missed out on a flat pitch at Canterbury somehow. 108 for 4, 2 slips waiting, and here again that comes off a leading edge. He was trying to play it. There's a lot of movement there for Hassan Ali. He's trying to play it back down the pitch. It's squeezed away off the outer half of the bat and gone out into the covers, where it's gone as far as Alex Davis, but Hassan Ali will be thinking, just keep plugging away, and there's a potential breakthrough there. 8 behind at 108 for 4.
Warwickshire have to be patient here in the field. They still hold the cards at the moment.
A little bit of a stand developing here, and Critchley this time plays a forcing drive. He actually really timed that, but straight to Davis on the bounce at cover. That was actually a very good shot, but really crisply off the bat, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. And he'll feel as though there were 4 runs there with his name on it, but it wasn't to be. So Pepper 12 and Critchley 17. Essex haven't lost a wicket this morning. They're 8 behind, 108 for 4. Have we got another, was it 104 over day or whatever it will be, Clark?
It will be the extra half hour at the end of the day, weather permitting. It's a good stop that from Alex Davis, moving swiftly to his right. He sort of fielded having the covers. So Chris Rushworth is to continue. Yeah, there's plenty of time in the game. There's no Essex want to score at a reasonable rate, just because it's difficult to hang around there. But in terms of time in the game, that's not really an issue. Rushworth comes in. He's now got a slip and a gap to what you might describe as third slip as he comes into bowl to Pepper. He leans back and carves that past that third slip along the ground. And Ed Barnard gives chase and will just get there and manages to stop that one without going over the rope and restricts them to 2. Pepper onto 14.
Yes, such a big innings for Michael Pepper. That shot he'll be pleased with. It was a nice back foot force, nicely played. But so a big innings for him personally, and certainly a big innings for the team, because were Warwickshire to get a couple quickly here, and Essex would be 6 down and scores close to being level, I don't think there'd be too much left in the game. But there's still hope with the 5th wicket pair together.
Rushworth running away from the pavilion. Bowles pitches that one up. It's a forward defensive by Pepper. Again, there's a strangled shout, no actual appeal. It remains 110 for 4, Essex. Bowled out for 126 in their first innings. It's really turned on Chris Rushworth getting 3 wickets in an over, and Dan Lawrence hitting a arguably a fairly loose shot on the last over before tea. And then Rushworth polished 2 more off, and also had 2 decent LBW shouts in the over as well. It was some over. He comes into bowl now, and that's edge, and it's gone past the now vacated second slip area. The gap now between first slip and the third slip position, and that particular tactic hasn't worked. And Sam Hain has just gone to stand as if to say to his captain, now if you kept me here where I was, that's where it would have gone, right into my hands, just to my right. But it's gone down for 4, 114 for 4.
Yep, genuine edge, catching height. Disappointment for Warwickshire. That would have been a big wicket. Pepper's looked good this morning. Still behind. One of those things where if they just had that man there, the whole complexion of the game would have looked different.
Well, despite Haynes making his point, he's staying in that position at third slips. You've got a slip and a little bit of a gap, and then third. Oh no, we haven't now. No, that Sam Hain is now going back into an orthodox second slip position, and there's a fielder going down to the third boundary. So now you know what's going to happen. An edge will fly well wide of Hain to where he was before. Rushworth comes in to bowl, and that's played under the offside. They've gone for a quick single. That's well run by Pepper. He moves on to 1915 for 5.
You do feel there's enough movement this morning, Clive, particularly for Hassan Ali to justify 2 slips at the moment, because Warwickshire's main objective here is to take wickets.
Well, of course, he had 2 slips. It's just they weren't in the right positions.
No, you're not. Yes, in terms of being orthodox, but it's just one of those situations where the man wasn't there and it went through, and they'll be hoping for the next chance to come along fairly soon. But there's enough movement out there to suggest they may not have to wait too long for another chance.
Rushworth, slightly frustrated this morning, comes into bowl to Critchley. Critchley drives that, but it'll be cut off by Will Rhodes at mid-off. So there is no addition to the score, and Essex are on to 115 for 4, so they are just 1 run behind now. And psychologically that will be a moment to tick off for them when they get ahead, and every run they score will be a run that Warwickshire will have to pass if they're going to win the game. Rushworth to Critchley, who comes a bit off the inside of the bat to mid-on, where Ollie Hannon Dolby fields it, and it is 115 for 4 at the end of 33 overs.
Well, the Cricketer magazine in its season preview had Lancashire as the team to beat. Well, the problem is Lancashire can't beat anybody, and they're 83 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 361 this morning. Craig Overton has removed night watchman Will Williams for a duck, and big wicket of Stephen Croft for 7. George Balderson, the makeshift opener in the side for Keaton Jennings, is 42 not out. Darryl Mitchell's just come to the crease, but wow, Lancashire just cannot get going this season. And of course, Jimmy Anderson off the field, a sort of precaution in inverted commas, and we wonder what's going to happen with that as Hassan Ali bowls, and that's clubbed away, and it goes away through the covers for 4. Use of the feet there from Pepper, typically extravagant shot of his, but he got to the pitch of it. I'm not sure totally how much that was off the middle of the bat. It's a bit of a swipe, but it went past Alex Davis and away for 4, and Essex ahead now, and it's 119 for 4. They lead by 3, and Pepper is 23.
Yeah, Warwickshire might not be too unhappy to see that. As long as not too many of them come off, they'll feel that they could potentially buy a wicket here a little bit if Pepper continues to play that way.
Yes, he sort of went quite a long way down there, got back on it, and got it away through the covers. Yes, Hassan Ali bowls, and again he comes advancing down the pitch, and this time thinks better of it because it's a ball that's just dug in, and it goes by at sort of shoulder height. Through to Burgess. This is a good contest this morning because there's movement out there for Hassan Ali. The Essex batsman trying to take him on in a precarious situation, a lead of just 3.
So will he be tempted to bring Michael Burgess up if Pepper's going to continue to dance down the pitch, take that option away from him. I think it brings Burgess up, but hasn't done so yet.
It would be interesting, actually, wouldn't it, as Hassan Ali bowls, and that's a rather ugly shot that from Pepper. It was actually it was a slightly slower ball. He was through the shot too soon, and it was an attempt to crash the ball through the covers, but it didn't look very good. And so he was through the shot too soon. He went through the Burgess. We've got 2 slips, a backward point cover quite square, mid on. There's nobody else saving one on the leg side. Deep square leg. Rushworth down there at fine leg. And 119 for 4, lead of 3. And a third man just coming back over the rope. And this is a pivotal pull shot from Michael Pepper. Again, just dug in from Hassan Ali. Again, just took a little while to reach the batsman, but he controlled that pretty well, and just with a swivel got it down to Rushworth for a single, 124.
Shame for him he didn't get a little bit wider of Rushworth, because if Rushworth had to actually chase that, he hasn't actually done his boots up yet. I think he's just changed his boots, which may mean that he's coming off the bowling, and he hasn't actually laced them up yet. So if he'd had to run any sort of distance, he might have been in a bit of trouble there. He's just doing his laces now.
120 for 4. 2 slips waiting. Hassan Ali up to the wicket, bowls, and this time Critchley is caught at first slip. He was pushing forward to that. That wicket has been coming because he's been getting movement from the start here, Hassan Ali, and he's found the edge of Matt Critchley, and that is a big breakthrough for Warwickshire. They wanted one before Essex had really started to threaten to get ahead. It looked likely to come from Hassan Ali with the movement he's got this morning, and that one just found the edge of the bat. Nicely taken at first slip. 120 for 5, a lead of 4.
By Rob Yates, his 16th catch of the season. He is by some distance the leading non-wicket keeping catcher, certainly in the first division. I think probably across the 2 championship divisions. A remarkable number of catches. He's still ahead of Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper, with 16 catches. But yes, well, and the celebration from Hassan Ali, which must be a bit irritating for opposition teams and fans, but it's one of those ones that's always loved by the home team and fans.
It's great to show commitment, because the fans can see the commitment, the joy for the bowler of getting, of getting the wicket.
But it was interesting. He did try and take him on there. It didn't quite come off. Although, well, it was Pepper took him on initially, wasn't it? And then Critchley just edging that one. It was a low catch from Yates, so maybe not too much carry, but enough for Yates to be able to take a relatively straightforward catch. And the breakthrough that Warwickshire craved this morning has come.
Decent batsman, Harmer. Debate about, I think he personally is good enough to bat at 7 in a championship side, but he's probably not been in his best form.
Because this is the last ball of the over, I'm just going to vacate now and allow Grace Ballinger to join you.
Yes, he's not quite been in his best form, but he's got the potential, certainly, to bat at 7, Simon Harmer. He's got a lot of quality to offer us with the bat. It's just a question of can he play a major role, because it's clear Essex are going to need significant contributions from several low-order batsmen here to get some sort of lead. It's currently 4 as Hassan Ali bowls, and Harmer gets turned around by another ball that moves, and it goes down to third man for a single. 121 for 5, Pepper 24, Harmer 1, lead of 5. Grace Ballinger is here. Hello, Grace, and that's a wicket that Warwickshire were threatening, I think, from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fair to say that you could kind of see it coming. I think Essex came out slightly more expansively than a lot of people might have expected, and it's one of those things where if it comes off, everyone says great intent, well done, you've taken it away from them. But when it doesn't come off such as that, you do question the decision, don't you? But yeah, it's a great start, and Hassan Ali's been another great signing for Warwickshire this year. Yes,
he really has, hasn't he? It's been a case throughout, really, of Warwickshire's seam attack in the absence of Liam Norwell being improved on and strengthened, and what a contrast to last year when they were really struggling to bowl sides out. Yeah, Simon Harmer, say plenty to offer. He hasn't quite been at his best. Got 34 against Surrey, 26 against Middlesex, but he has the potential.
And Rushworth is in, that's full, and brings Harmer forward into a defensive stroke. Yeah, I mean, speak about Warwickshire's seam attack, again missing probably one of their strike bowlers in Liam Norwell, so yeah, they're certainly not short of a seamer, and obviously Henry Brooks, who was one of the key bowlers over the last couple of years, has gone away on loan, hasn't he, to Derbyshire?
I was reporting that he had figures of 4 for 1 the other day at one point for Derbyshire. He's obviously made a pretty good start for them. So there's plenty of resources there for Warwickshire.
Rushworth in 2 slips in play, saw Simon Harmer, and that one is turned into the leg side to the deep square boundary. That gets Simon Harmer off the mark on his third ball. Oh no, it doesn't get him off the mark. Did he get off the mark on his first ball?
I think he did, yes. He got slightly turned around, but he did manage to get... What's been interesting, though, is not a lot has come off the middle of the bat against Hassan Ali, particularly this morning. He's been getting movement, hasn't he? And that's really what brought about the downfall of Critchley.
Dan Mosey will be going out to a deep third position, leaving that point region pretty free. It's quite a wide third, though, isn't it? Oh, no, he seems to be moving a bit finer. Rushworth awaits the end of his mark. Bowles, and this is slightly back of a length, just pushing Pepper back, but just pushed into the cover. Ed Barnard doing the fielding.
Clive mentioned that Ben Folkes was out cheaply this morning. Well, he made 22, but I don't think he added to that before he was out. Tim Murtagh. But Jamie Smith, who looked impressive in the Essex game last week, 57 not out. Will Jacks 10. Still fancy Surrey going to get probably a match-winning lead there. Still 7 behind, but 202 for 4 against Middlesex at the Oval.
Rushworth bowls again back the length and just caught him on the outside edge for a few times there, hasn't he, Pepper, as he looks to play, but then I think takes the bat away last minute. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, just seems like there's a bit of movement off the pitch here, doesn't it, this morning at Edgbaston?
Yes, I mean, still got this cloud cover. I just wonder if it'll get easier once the sun breaks through, as it's forecast to. But we mentioned this is an important innings for Michael Pepper, even more so now Matt Critchley is out. You've got a feeling that if Essex are going to get themselves where they can set some sort of target, Pepper's going to get a lot of runs here.
It's Rushworth in again, and this one's full and it's straight, and there's a big appeal for LB, and it's given pretty much immediately by the umpire. Just slightly fuller than the previous couple of deliveries, and that's exactly what Essex supporters did not want to see. Pepper has to go, and now 122 for 6 in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, that is pretty significant because they've now lost... and Pepper had batted pretty well for that 24, but they've now lost the 2 not-out batsmen overnight, and Simon Harmer standing there, ruefully looking towards the pavilion. It's going to be very difficult to get out of this from here. Just 6 ahead, straight delivery from Rushworth, maybe just a little bit of movement, and Pepper just playing forward and beaten on with the forward defensive and given out. LBW looked pretty straight. Now, of course, got Bracewell and Snater, certainly, who can put bat to ball, and Cook and Porter to follow. I wonder if Essex's best policy now might just be to try and have a bit of a dart and see if it comes off. Get a feeling, Grace, if they just try and, you know, accumulate runs and play defensively, they're probably going to get rolled for a lead of about 40 or so, which is going to be nothing. They've probably got to have a bit of a dart, I would have thought.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's certainly not the easiest task, is it, against this Warwickshire team attack, but I totally agree that, well, the 2 players that have got out already have kind of got out looking a bit hesitant, haven't they? So I guess you just have to go the other way and just try and push through it and get a decent lead, as you say. But yeah, it would be taking impressive feet from here, I think, unfortunately.
Take a leaf out of the last Warwickshire pairs book from yesterday when they got that big partnership. Something like that's got to happen for Essex, and probably 2 of them. 2 partnerships like that. It's going to be pretty difficult now from here. Just a lead of 6. 2 big wickets for Warwickshire after a deceptively good start for Essex.
Yeah, that's 7 wickets for Rushworth in the game now. He's, as we said before, certainly been a fantastic sign, and then 3 slips in play for Bracewell now. Just the long leg fielder out as Rushworth in, and this one's full, and it's driven beautifully by Bracewell through the onside, and that will run away for 4. Maybe just a touch too full there from Rushworth, maybe searching for another wicket, but that's a great shot first ball.
Yeah, slightly over pitch, played away pretty well by Doug Bracewell. He's had a good game with the ball, and whether he can now follow that up with a significant contribution. He's improved on his first innings score, certainly already, which was a duck. And, well, can he? I've just got a feeling that attack is probably the best mode here, and I wonder for two batsmen discussing that, or certainly maybe attack from one end, and Harmer just plays relatively normally at the other end. That might also be a bit of a tactic. Yet to make any sort of major contribution with the bat for Essex, but this will be a very good time to get a sort of cameo 50 if he could possibly manage that. But certainly that's a pretty good start. 126 for 6, a lead of 10, and yeah, the two big wickets having just gone down have really rocked Essex back. Both Critchley and Pepper out, and here's Harmer getting one on his pads from Hassan Ali and playing it up towards mid-on, and it rolls up as far as Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's the only man serving the single on the leg side. We've got a deep square and a fine leg, and a third man, a couple of slips backward point, a square cover, and that mid-on. So 3-1 savers, 2 slips. It's in outfield. And here's Hassan Ali again, up to the wicket, bowls to Harmer, who plays it away off his hip and just plays it into a gap on the onside and gets a single. There's lots of gaps on the onside. Hannon-Dolby running round from mid-on towards the untenanted mid-wicket, and there's plenty of scope to get a single, but two big blows struck there by Warwickshire. Rushworth 3 for 45 now, and Hassan Ali 2 for 29, and Pepper and Critchley, the two men to go, but not out batsman overnight. This is played off the back foot and down towards third man by Bracewell, just riding the bounce. But still with this cloud cover this morning, or the forecast good, there's still a little bit of movement out there. And Hassan Ali has been particularly impressive in that respect. And it's a very strong seam attack this year, isn't it, Grace?
Yeah, it's fantastic. So strong. I also think Essex have been somewhat unlucky with the weather, haven't they, over the last few days, and since they've probably had to bat at the toughest times.
Yes, 128 for 6, and Harmer just gets turn around and plays up into the onside, just getting into line there, playing it up towards Hannon-Dolby, and there is no run. But yeah, every side playing in this round of games in both divisions, which is very good to see. It could just be that we get a result here before anywhere else. Warwickshire will be hoping that, because certainly if that's the case, Warwickshire will win the game, I'm sure. 128 for 6, lead of 12. And here's another slower ball from Hassan Ali, and a nice stroke here from Harmer, because he's got into line, and with a pull shot he's played it into the gap on the onside, and Rushworth running across that fine leg completes the fielding, but not before they can get a second run. 130 for 6.
Yeah, he timed that well there, didn't he, Harmer? Just didn't get tempted into taking on the slightly shorter and slower delivery, just kept it down, which is good signs for Essex. So they desperately try and get up to some sort of lead.
Here's Hassan Ali coming into bowl to Simon Harmer, 2 slips. We've got a mid-off now reinforcement as that's played back down the pitch. Hassan Ali just throws it into the covers towards Alex Davis, the end of the over, and 130 for 6, a lead of 14. Bracewell 5 and Harmer 5 after those 2 wickets went down this morning after a deceptively good start for Essex, but then critically they lost Matt Critchley, who was looking to get established, caught by Yates at second slip off Hassan Ali for 17, and then Michael Pepper just beaten really by a straight delivery from Rushworth, a little bit of nibble, played down the wrong line, LBW for 24.
Rushworth will begin his 14th over of the innings as he runs in, and this one's outside off, and there's a wild swipe at it by Bracewell, who misses it, and Burgess standing up to the stumps, takes it cleanly. He's been keeping well this year, Michael Burgess. He's looked very smart.
Yep, got a really telling contribution with the bat in the equivalent game last year. Big 100, setting up the win for Warwickshire.
Rushworth has a quick word with Captain Will Rhodes, who's at mid-off. He's pretty consistently in mid-off speak to his bowlers. Will Rhodes as Rushworth bowls again, and this one's again full and edged, and it looks like it's caught by Sam Hain at second slip, diving to his left low, and he puts his hands up. He's happy he's back in second slip there, and it's another wicket for Chris Rushworth, and Essex falling quickly now, 130 for 7.
Well, Rushworth will be pleased because there was an incident a little earlier in the day where he didn't have a second slip. It went straight through there, and he's got one in now, and really that's been justified from the start. Just a little bit of nibble, that's what we've seen this morning from both these high-class bowlers. And I think the problem, Grace, here is Essex, I felt they'd lost at least 1 wicket too many last night, maybe 2. There were big wickets that went down last night, weren't they? And getting Dan Lawrence out, that was a big one, because he can play in different ways, Lawrence. He can actually really dig in, but he can also play very expansively. Tom Wesley, who's been in great form this season as well. They were big wickets, and you felt that they just lost at least 1 too many last night, and that's really the way it's panned out. 130 for 7, just 14 ahead, and it has to be a policy now of just trying to get quick runs.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think you're totally right about the wickets yesterday. I mean, we've all seen Alistair Cook bat for days and days, so that would have been a massive one for Warwickshire.
He's often done that here in Test matches. Got a great record here, but he hasn't quite managed to find the big score this season. Well, Shane Snater is wearing number 29. He's naturally aggressive. I think that's really what Essex have got to do now. Sam Cook's been in nice form in the bat this season, but where can they get these extra 100 runs minimum to have any sort of chance, you feel? I mean, that's optimistic if the cloud cover disperses later on. They've got the seam attack, Essex, and of course Simon Harmer as well, but they just haven't got the runs on the board with a lead of 14.
Yeah, excited to see Sam Cook bowl as well. He's one of the players that I like to see bowl. He's been taking wickets, hasn't he, in all formats of the game, but, well, he's going to need his batters and probably himself to dig in a bit for any chance for him to have anything to bowl at. So in comes Rushworth. First ball to Snater is full and just on the inside edge of the bat, and there could be a run out here as Harmer attempts to get the other end, but is turned down by Snater, but luckily he gets back in time, because that's exactly what Essex do not need right now, is a reckless run out.
Well, Johnny Bairstow at the crease again after that, well, slightly, he won't view it as such, but quasi-comical match he was involved in against Glamorgan, where he was stranded on 20 not out, batting at 7 in the first innings, and then got a duck in the second innings at 3. But he's 35 not out, and David Milan 44, and Yorkshire 136 for 3 are 163 ahead of Durham in that match at Chester Street.
This one's back of a length by Rushworth and outside off, and Snater pulls away from it and straight through to Michael Burgess. The 2 slips in play here for the new batsman. I almost thought they might go ultra aggressive here and try and put maybe another one in, maybe a gully, but they've just kept with the 2 slips and fine leg and deep square.
And you're in between 50 overs and 20 over cricket at the moment, Grace, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I play for the Blaze, who are based at Trent Bridge, and just finished 5 games of the 50 over comp, going into the T20 down at Beckenham actually next week, and in comes Rushworth, and that one is played late by Snater. 1 bounce into the hands of Sam Hain at second slip.
Yeah, Beckenham, that can be a fast scoring ground, but like it, have you played there before?
I have, yeah.
I think there's a bit of bounce there, isn't there? But it's certainly known for quite a lot of runs normally, Beckenham.
It's not what I like to hear as an opening bowler going into T20 cricket.
It might be a pitch that suits you. And we've come across some big scores. It's a small ground, I think that's the reason. Difficult to defend the boundaries.
It's not what you want to hear at all, is it really? But in comes Rushworth then, final ball of his 14th over is full and hit straight for a big 6 by Snater. That one again just a touch too full and driven fantastically over the rope, and that receives a ripple of applause from even a few of the Warwickshire supporters there. Well, that's what you wanted to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think it's the only chance. It really is the only chance. He's got to come off. They've got to just find 100 runs from somewhere with these 3 wickets. Just give themselves a chance. Game is almost certainly going to end today now. But it's just a question of can they just give themselves a punter's outside chance, really. Essex will lead 20, and a few more of those from Snater would be appreciated. Yeah, hopefully not put you off your next game too much, Grace, but you're used to that. I'm going to different venues, and some will suit you more than others, I guess.
Yeah. I like an away day, to be fair. I like going up to Durham, which is often a controversial one.
Once you get there, it's a long way from anywhere, Durham.
Yeah, it is a bit far.
Here's Hassan Ali up to the wicket, bowls, and Harmer just gets into line and plays defensively up toward mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I've ditched car travel now to Durham. It's very much a train journey, because you can sort of walk from the station at Chester Street to the ground in probably about half an hour. It's quite a nice walk. But yes, no trip for Essex there this season, but they are at Grace Road, where you've just played for the first time in absolutely ages in August in a 50-over match, which is one to look forward to. 136 for 7. This is squeezed out by Harmer off Hassan Ali for a single down towards deep square leg. We'll lead up to 21. 137 for 7. Yes, that was your last match, I think, wasn't it, in a 50-over contest?
It was, yeah. Unfortunately, didn't get a result. We played the entire first innings, and then the rain came down, so no result there. But yeah, we're undefeated.
Yes,
in our first 5.
I associate Grace Road with rain quite a lot from our time there. But Essex were sort of stuck in the second division for many years. There were plenty of contests between the two, and rain was quite frequently a feature. 137 for 7. Lead of 21. Hassan Ali bowls, and here is an uppercut up towards third man, bounces just short of the fielder. Could have been a very tame dismissal that for Snater, who could have just held out very inelegantly straight down the throat of Danny Briggs, but he realised Briggs that was going to bounce in front of him, and his main job was to stop the fall, which he did. Just a single. 138 for 7, but Snater, looking aggressive, has 7. Harmer 6, lead 22. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. David Phipps is in touch, saying he's disappointed with the team's performance. Essex have forgotten the basic fact that they all seem to be playing too many strokes front on, coupled with their shot selection, as Hassan Ali bowls, and Harmer just riding the bounce, playing it down towards back point. And in respect of the latter, Lawrence in the over before tea yesterday, bats are also not coming down from the back lift, which is not vertical in a straight line. So it's a question of reverting to the MCC batting manual. So it's been tough, actually, David, hasn't it, for Essex playing here at Edgbaston on the pitch. Has been doing a bit against a very high quality seam attack, but you think a little bit more adherence to the MCC coaching manual would have helped them. So thanks very much for your email. 138 for 7. Hassan Ali bowls, and this is a pull shot from Harmer, who's playing well within himself. There's plenty of runs out there on the leg side. That one goes out towards deep square leg. And now let me get the pronunciation of Dan right. Is it Mosley?
I think it's Mosley.
Mosley.
Yeah.
We almost forget about the the place name was quite close to here, of course. That's probably the good way of looking at it. But Mosley. So anyway, straightforward stop for him, and we might well see him batting later. Maybe Warwickshire will hope he's not needed. 139 for 7. As his Hassan Ali bowls, and that's a square drive. Good looking shot from Snater, away for 4. This is what Essex need from him. Has to be a cameo, ideally somewhere in a region of 50 odd, just to give Essex a punter's chance, if you like. 27 the lead, and that was a good stroke, forcing stroke away, just back of the square on the offside. Maybe Hassan Ali will be having a bit of a break soon. Certainly Essex will be hoping for that, because the two protagonists, Rushworth and Hassan Ali, have been bowling unchanged in this first hour. 143 for 7, lead 27. And Nick Letter with Grace Ballinger, Phil Britt coming up shortly here on BBC Online and via the BBC Sport website and that.
Yet to see a bowling change this morning, perhaps unsurprising with how it's gone, but Rushworth come in for the pavilion end, and this is full and left outside off by Harmer. Like a bit of late movement there after ball was left alone by Harmer, and have just said we've yet to see a bowling change, but Alan Dolby has begun to warm up, so maybe that's a sign of what's to come shortly, Mr. Alan Dolby.
Yes, and that's not going to be any real let up. I mean, look at the figures from the first innings. Alan Dolby 4 for 21 in 12 overs and 3 balls.
Impressive bowler, isn't he? Just consistently been performing for Warwickshire for many years. Rushworth in again and again, slightly back of length, but churned into the offside. 2 at the point fielder, where no run can be taken.
A little bit of a fight back by Northants against Notts at Northampton, where it looks as though Notts' first innings lead might be restricted. They're only 36 ahead, 194 for 6 at the moment, but Joe Clark is 54 not out. So still power to add, but Northants are still in that game.
Rushworth bowls, and this is very full. Looked like a slower ball, very full, but just turned to Hannon Dolby at mid-on. Do you reckon that was a slow ball?
Yes, there's been some good variations this morning, haven't there? Hassan Ali and Chris Rushworth have both just varied their pace and also found movement.
Number 22 on the back of his shirt, Rushworth, as he is in to bowl, and again slightly back for length, but just pushed back to the batter, to the bowler even, by Simon Harmer. And we certainly will be seeing Hannon Dolby as he does some quite vigorous bowling warm-ups really there at mid-on. Be hoping to get his name on the score sheet for the second innings after taking 4 wickets in the first one.
Yes, and say strength in depth which Warwickshire didn't have really after the equivalent fixture last year, which Warwickshire won. They were then struggling to bowl sides out after that.
This one's again full by Rushworth and again pushed. Timed well by Simon Harmer to mid-on, but any runs prevented being taken by Hannon Dolby.
And I know many Essex supporters will think, still a batsman short, but you could say on this particular Edgbaston surface, unlike the one last year, that maybe they could have got away with 3 seamers, but it has to be said that, you know, all the Essex seamers bowled well, and they would have missed the contributions from any of them really, had they not been on the field.
This one is a good ball to finish the over, defended and kept out by Simon Harmer. Essex 143 for 7. They lead by 27 runs.
Let's do one more over and then bring Phil Britt in. It's a dilemma for Essex because they don't have anybody in the top 6 that can bowl seam, which is quite unusual. The closest they have is Paul Walker, who's been selected in several squads for this season, but hasn't made it into the starting lineup, and he hasn't bowled much in first-class cricket in recent seasons. So it's a dilemma that they'd hoped to have solved by their prospective overseas signing. An Australian who basically would have batted at 6 and you know, been one of the frontline bowlers, but unfortunately he got injured, and Bracewell not quite as good a batsman. You wouldn't sort of put him in the all-rounder category in terms of his batting, so it's left Essex with a bit of a dilemma, and it's just been exposed a bit here with those wickets going down yesterday. Not quite enough middle order batting, so it's going to really rely on Snater and Harmer. Yes, Will Sutherland was touted as looked like a really good signing, batting at 6 for Victoria, an emerging batsman, a frontline bowler. He'd been bowling sides out in the Shield with Scott Boland, and it looked a great signing for Essex, and he got injured. So and that would have really balanced the side. Just the one slip in, point right on the boundary as Hannon Dolby bowls, and right down the pitch comes Snater. He's going to be caught at mid-off, I think, waiting for the ball to come down, and it's dropped. Well, it did take a long time to come down. It was a bit of a hash of a shot there from Snater. He was trying to hit it through the onside. It flew off a leading edge. It took an eternity to get to mid-off, but it was a juggling attempt in the end, maybe just losing a bit of sight of the ball and put down. I don't think it'll be an expensive miss, but 144 for 7.
Just, yeah, look, as you say, it looked like he might have lost sight of that a bit, Will Rhodes.
Yeah, disappointed to put it down. A single resulted, lead of 28. And here Snater plays a nice stroke, but straight to mid-wicket. He timed that nicely. Yard either side, that was 4. That was really well timed. Playing in orthodox fashion here, Harmer, hoping that the others can play in the more aggressive fashion, but you've got a feeling that Snater's really got to come off here. He can, play with some belligerence, and he's just got away with one there. It was a complete hash of a shot, wasn't it? And it took so long to come down, but dropped by Rhodes at mid-off. 144 for 7. Here's Hannon Dolby again. Bowls, and Harmer gets right into line and plays it up into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, you say Will Rhodes lost sight of that delivery. I had no idea where it went either. Did you? I couldn't. I didn't pick it up at all until I saw Will Rhodes underneath it.
The indication that there was a fielder. Because at first I thought it was going towards mid-on, because that's where Harmer was expecting it, where Snater was expecting it to go, and probably way over mid-on as well for 4 or 6. But it didn't quite work out like that. So here is Hannon Dolby again. Keeper standing up. Slip quite deep, and here is a defensive shot from Harmer, which actually hits the bat of Snater as an on-striker and almost rolls onto the stumps, but doesn't quite. So Hampshire 156 for 3, a 61 ahead of Kent, with Vince who's in very good form. 22 not out, but a better morning for Kent there. Surrey 225 for 4, now 229 for 4, but 20 ahead of Middlesex, and Jamie Smith is 67 not out at the Oval. Here's Hannon Dolby again. Bowls. Oh, and that's a leg glance. It's going to go away for 4. And it's a nice stroke that from Harmer. It's a deliberate one. And Essex just eking out a few runs here. Don't think that drop catch is going to be expensive in the final analysis, but Warwickshire will sort of rule any further runs while these two are together. And that was a nice leg glance from Snater to take the lead to 32, 148 for 7, from Harmer rather. Takes the lead to 32, Harmer 11, Snater 12. Critchley, Pepper and Bracewell the men out this morning after they resumed at 86 for 4, now 148 for 7. And here's a nice delivery from Hannon Dolby, which beats Harmer on the forward shot. Beats him outside the off stump. So, Snater 12, Harmer 11. And it has been, after a deceptively good start for Essex, it's been a good morning for Warwickshire. They've taken the wickets they really wanted to. Critchley 17 to Hassan, Pepper for 24 to Rushworth, and then Rushworth grabbing Bracewell for 5. The lead is 32. A few more comments from Grace, and then Phil Brett coming in.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a bowling change at both ends, as Rushworth is replaced by the 4th seamer in this very strong Warwickshire seam attack, Ed Barnard, who signed from, I think it was Worcestershire this year, and he'll be looking to add on a couple of wickets, wicketless in the first innings, Ed Barnard, but he's been bowling very well this season, hasn't he, Phil?
Morning, Grace. Yes, he has. He's made the move up the M5, and it's. Oh, I've got to do an update, so I'm going to go out of here straight away, and I'll be back to answer that question.
Just the one slip in for Ed Barnard, who's gone with 4 out on the leg side boundary and no one in. So a long on, a cow corner, a deep square, and a fine leg as he's in to bowl his first ball at Snater. And it's full and just pushed back to the bowler by Snater.
That was a horrible one for Will Rose, wasn't it? That catch.
I think those ones are harder than they look, aren't they? So high, but he never looked quite sure, did he? He never looked confident under it, which is a surprise. Will Rhodes normally pretty handy in the field, but it's not what he wanted to see, is it? Barnard bowls, and this one's driven beautifully by Snater, but doesn't manage to find the gap in the offside, and it's diving stop by the skipper, who's moved himself to extra cover.
Yes.
After I've just been saying he's always in mid-off.
I expect he'll be in for some high catching practice the next training session.
Barnard, the end of his mark, and bowls, and this is turned into the leg side, a straight ball, just out to that long leg fielder. I think it is Hannon Dolby out there, it is, and just rotates the strike. That brings Snater on to 13, Harmer not out at the other end on 11. 2 of the fielders come back in from the boundary for Harmer, who's taken the slightly more defensive role out of the 2 of them. Barnard bowls, and this one slightly quicker, back of a length outside off, but again prevented any runs being taken. Will Rhodes at extra cover.
Well, they've tried to attack this morning, haven't they? And mixed success with it. Using 3 wickets in 4 overs, obviously pegged them back, but lead now 33. Need to get it to 100, I think, before Warwickshire will start getting anxious.
This one's fuller by Barnard and it's edge, but too wide of Rob Yates at first slip, and Barnard, I think he thought he could be in there. He jumped, but no, it was not a chance in the end. It would have taken some serious catching there by even the best of slip fielders, Rob Yates, and that brings up the 150 for Essex. 150 for 7 off 40 overs. They lead by 34.
Do an update in a moment.
Deep point and deep third. 4 out on the leg side now for Ed Barnard. He bowls and it's a play and a miss by Snater outside the off stump. Good, handy bit of fielding by Burgess.
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire come out, gets a bit of resistance against Essex, but they're still in control. Essex 150 for 7, leading by 34. 3 wickets in 4 overs have put Warwickshire back in charge. They're getting some attacking batting. Chris Rushworth got 2 of them. Michael Pepper for 24 and Doug Bracewell for 5. And Hassan Ali started it with Matt Critchley caught it slip for 17. Essex 150 for 7. Sorry, it's the end of the over anyway, isn't it? So, Ollie Hannon-Dolby will come into bowl to Simon Harmer. 150 for 7. The lead is 34. 1 slip in place. Right arm over is Hannon-Dolby, and that's pushed out to the offside by Harmer, and a decent stop by Hassan Ali.
Doesn't look like the sun's going to break through anytime soon, does it?
No.
Promised 20 degrees, but...
in comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and that's just bounces a bit and played down into the ground well by Simon Harmer. I think 250 balls for the 150, which means the third 50 took 71 balls, so they have scored at a decent rate this morning, Essex, but losing those 3 wickets means it's still looking a tall order for them. Not gone yet, but they are going to need some strong lower order batting, as Warwickshire produced in the first innings, and Harmer's driven that one through the offside, and it's stopped by Hassan Ali. Just has to move to his left a bit and scramble to get to it, and that gives Harmer time to run through for a single. 151 for 7. And he just creeps up to 34. Just 1 slip in place. Hannon-Dolby comes into bowl to Snater. Got plenty on the boundary here. I expected Snater to go for his shots. Mid on and mid off are up, so if he wants to go straight over the top, it's potentially the option there. Hannon-Dolby bowls it short. He's pulled it, but it's a controlled pull shot straight into the ground from Snater, and he takes a single down to back of square leg.
So that is Jacob Bethel, substitute fielder, so I think it might be Rushworth that's gone off the field.
Good to see him out there. Sadly, Bethel is unlikely to be bowling this season because of a stress fracture in his back, but he is still hoping that he'll do some batting, and it's good to see him out there fielding. That's encouraging. In comes Hannon-Dolby to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. 152 for 7. Still a very overcast day here at Edgbaston. A few more people are coming to the ground. It could be a really, really exciting day's cricket if Essex set Warwickshire any sort of target and then get some early wickets. It could get very interesting. And Dalby then. From the Birmingham end. Bowls pitched up and played by Harmer onto the onside for no run. 152 for 7. The end of the over. A couple of runs added, which has taken the Essex lead to 36. Looks like we're going to get Ed Barnard in the attack.
Some discussions going on between keeper and bowler. Alan Dolby and Burgess. Could be seeing a change of plan there from the other end.
Looks like Burgess is going to stand up to Barnard. Plenty of fielders on the boundary. Particularly on the onside, which is the shorter boundary, although Hassan Ali is now coming in to field at mid-wicket.
Barnard in, and this is full and attempted to be flicked into the leg side boundary. An appeal from just Michael Burgess. You sense there might have been a bit of bat on that, but doesn't get it away, Snater.
When was the last time you were underneath a steepling catch like the Will Rose one, and did you take it?
I haven't had any catches come to me this season. Quite a while. I've probably dropped a fair few of them as well, to be fair, so I can't give him too much stick as Barnard's in again, and this is a good ball, just squares Snater up slightly as he just turns out to Hassan Ali at mid-wicket. No run taken.
I'd be hoping it doesn't prove too expensive. Warwickshire's catching in this match, I mean, their standard catching this season has been superb, so this match has just dipped a little bit. A couple of chances have gone down.
So in comes Barnard again. This one's fuller and missed by Snater, who just comes forward, and that looked like a good ball. Looked like it's doing a bit off the pitch for Barnard as well as the other bowlers today, and just seems to have gone into his shell slightly as Snater. He came out very aggressively, and I don't know if that chance has made him feel like he needs to stick around a bit, but certainly hasn't gone too defensive, just slightly less expansive than his first 10 balls or so. In comes Barnard again, and this one is turned into the leg side by Snater, but again can't get it past Ali, mid-wicket, who does the fielding. And Dan Mosley also goes out to the boundary at a deep point, so him and third man now out on the legs, on the offside, with 3 out on the leg side. 1 slip still in play. Barnard bowls, and this is just seems to have missed everything, including the hands of Michael Burgess. Just seemed to go over the stumps, and a single bye is taken. Looked like a pretty good ball, that one.
Yeah, Burgess has get wicket pretty well standing up, but he couldn't quite deal with that one. 1 bye added, but Barnard bowling well. Well, she'll still feel pretty comfortable at the moment, but as a 50 partnership would start putting a bit of pressure on them.
As Barnard bowls and very full and driven past him, he attempts to stop it with his foot, but it's in vain as Bethel gives chase, and it looks like it does run away for 4. Good shot to finish the over. That's goes to Simon Harmer, who's now 17 out. A slight partnership building here, as you say, and Essex 157 for 7.
Thank you, Grace. I'll bring Phil in now. Thank you very much indeed, Grace Ballinger. So, indeed, these two have added 27, and they've done it in 7 overs thus far. And so, they're keeping Essex in the game, just about. Sure, we should get our free lunch, Phil. Looks like.
Well, yeah. I think so.
I mean, let's be honest, we're probably going to take it anyway. But, yeah, 157 for 7. It's Ollie Hannon Dolby to bowl from the Birmingham end. And he's bowling to Snater with 1 slip in place. So he's worked that one down to third. There is a fielder there, so it's just 1 run. 158 for 7.
Every run which they add on will be Will Rhodes will be thinking about that one which he put down. It was a difficult one. It went right up in the air, skied up, and he sort of got underneath it. But he probably would catch that, I would say, probably 95 times out of 100. But that just happened to be one of those.
Yeah, 95, yeah. 93 maybe. Always a bit embarrassing when they go down, even though they're not easy chances. Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl the Harmer. Comes off an inside edge. He's going to get runs for it. Squirts out towards mid-wicket. Field has to run around. He's done well there, Dan Moses, to keep it down to 1 because he has some ground to make up. But he's got to the ball quickly and threw it in quickly, and the batters are not tempted to take a risk.
So Warwickshire would have felt, having got rid of Critchley and Pepper, and then picked up Bracewell, that they'd done the hard work, but these two just making them, keeping them honest here. They're both into double figures, both hitting the ball cleanly and picking the runs up at the moment.
Hannon Dolby pitches that one up to Snater, who's just clipped it to mid-on for a single. So where the match has gone, the wickets have fallen in clusters. We saw 3 and an over during the Essex first innings, and then a big flurry of wickets during the Warwickshire innings. So they had been going well. I think they lost 5 wickets for 7 runs. And here we've had 3 wickets in the space of 4 overs. But these two just trying to keep Essex alive here. Got the lead up to 44 now. And then Dolby to bowl the Harmer. And Harmer drives it into the ground, and Hannon Dolby fields it off his own bowling. There's no run.
Still looking for his first wicket in this innings. Hannon Dolby had 4 in the first. Should have had 1 really, he will feel, off the first ball of his spell this morning. But not to be. And Warwickshire would like to get these last 3 wickets tidied up and set about just getting the needed runs without it stretching too far.
Comes into bowl to Harmer, does Hannon Dolby, and he turns that down to the leg side. Thinks about a quick single, but again it's sharply fielded. It's Sam Hain there at mid-wicket. He gets across quickly to stop it and prevents any run, and that's important for Warwickshire to make it difficult to score runs. So the lead remains 44, and what lead would worry Warwickshire? I don't think they're worried too much about chasing 100, but if they've got much more than that, they might start getting a bit nervous.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby to Harmer, who plays that down to point. There's no run. End of the over, 160 for 7.
Yes, you wouldn't. I don't think they want it to go into 3 figures, or the lead, and because make hard work of getting those. It's clearly not going to be a high-scoring match, this game. And those conditions where the weather's supposed to really brighten up around about 12 o'clock. So far, that cloud cover is still overhead, and no sign of any blue sky coming through yet. Anyway, Ed Barnard will continue from the pavilion end. He's on his way to buy Snater. He's in and bowls, and Snater chips this one away, to clips it down to third man. Just stands, opens the face, runs it down, so he gets another single. 161 for 7. Snater moves on to 17. He's had a highest score of 19 this season, twice, once against Middlesex and once against Surrey. So he's heading up towards it. Harmer's got 34 as his highest against Surrey, so he's scoring runs. This one, Harmer's right behind, runs it away out to extra cover where Rhodes does the fielding.
The biggest partnership of the innings so far has been the 40-run partnership for the second wicket. These two have had a 31 so far.
Barnard again turns, Comes running past umpire Mills, in, bowls. This is turning Harmer face on to Barnard as he plays the ball out to mid-wicket, but he's almost facing him, absolutely both feet pointing towards the bowler as he finishes that shot.
Warwickshire have been better at bowling teams out this season. Last season they really struggled to complete innings.
That's Barnard in, and again Harmer is across his stumps, just turning it again to Hassan Ali at mid-wicket.
But they have been held up still by the lower order this season. There have been 2 century partnerships for the 8th wicket against them. One against Kent, one against Somerset, and although Surrey didn't make it to a century partnership for their 9th and 10th wickets, they did add quite a lot of runs. So just getting the lower order out has been a little bit of an issue at times.
Barnard in, bowls, and forward comes Harmer, runs it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
But then it has been for most teams, because the days where once you got 7 down, you were almost there, have pretty much gone. You don't get too many genuine numbers. Even Mohammed Abbas held them up.
Oh yes,
Hampshire. He didn't happily. If he batted as well at Southampton as he, I'll come back to that in a second. Describe this ball.
It's Barnard bowls, and Harmer is wrapped on the pad. There's a shout from behind, but not from the bowler. End of the over. Good over from Barnard. 161 for 7. Snater 17. Harmer is 18.
If Mohammed Abbas had batted as well as he did at Southampton when he was here last season at Edgbaston, then this game wouldn't be in progress now, because Warwickshire would have been relegated. But happily, he didn't offer a great deal of resistance to Liam Norwell in that game. And Warwickshire got the win, which has made this fixture possible. Sadly, we haven't seen Liam Norwell this season. It's really tough on him. We hope he can get back soon. Just that niggling back strain has kept him out of the side so far this season. But Warwickshire have got a bit of depth in their bowling. I'm going to say a bit more depth, even though Mark Robinson contradicted me when I mentioned that to him on commentary a while ago, as Alan Dolby comes in to bowl, and that's driven out to point for a single by Snater. They brought in sort of 3 bowlers, Warwickshire, but Mark Robinson made the point that they also lost 3, but I would suggest the ones they lost are ones that maybe we didn't see that much of, like Ollie Stone, for example.
Yeah, I gotta say that's fair to say we lost one, but in fact Ollie Stone has hardly been on the field in county cricket for a couple of seasons. You're really not getting much return from him in the 4-day game.
162 for 7. And Dolby from the Birmingham end bowls, and that's pushed back to him, and there is no run. 162 for 7 remains the score.
Ryan Sidebottom was injured for quite a bit of the season.
Yes, to be fair, I don't think you referred to him. And the 3 bowlers they lost. One of them was Ollie Stone. Who else left? Trying to remember now. Anyway,
I'm trying to think from last season. It's terrible, isn't it?
Alan Dolby comes in the bowl from the Birmingham once again to Harmer, and that's a bouncer, which is a attempted pull shot, although I think Harmer in the end kind of changed his mind, didn't play it, and it's taken by the wicket. Of course, the overseas, we had Nathan McAndrew.
Oh, yes.
So that so Hassan Ali effectively replaced the
overseas. It's a like for like, isn't it, really? I would say, yeah.
And then Rushworth's been brought in, and Ed Barnard's been brought in.
Yeah.
Ollie Stone has gone.
The players who left, Matt Lamb bowled a little bit, but you wouldn't call him a regular bowler.
Alan Dolby bowls, and that's turned round to back of square leg for a single by Harmer. He moves on to 19. 163 for 7, Essex. They lead by 47. Plenty of time left in this match, of course. So another day to go if it's needed. So all outcomes still possible.
It's going to be one heck of a stand if we're here into tomorrow, though.
It's not beyond the bounds of possibility, is it? If they were to get
they got
220 ahead, then
Yeah, these two would need to put on probably about 150 for this wicket to get that sort of situ, or around that sort of figure.
Alan Dolby to bowl to Snater, who pushes that on to the onside for no run.
No sign of Warwickshire resorting to a little bit of Danny Briggs spin to see if that will break this partnership. Quite happy to continue with the four-seamers who've, well, they've done all the damage, haven't they, in the whole game. So it's been Simon Harmer had a few overs for Essex, but he got a couple of balls to turn, but there wasn't a lot there for him.
Alan Dolby in. Snater just gets a bit of an inside edge on that. He'll get a single. Down to Chris Rushworth, who's back on the field. It's gone to just back of square leg for 164 for 7. At the end of a fairly quiet over, Essex ticking along. 34 now added for this 8th wicket.
Ed Barnard's going to continue at the pavilion end. He's got that 1 wicket. Got that one yesterday, and 1 for 26 from his 8 overs. He'll be bowling to Sean Snater, or Shane Snater. 1 slip in place, and there's a 3rd man, long leg, deep square leg, and then a ring of 5 players on the edge of the circle. This one is driven away nicely through past cover. Not quite timed. They'll get back for 2. So 2 more to Snater. He moves into the 20s. He goes on 21. He gets the highest score of the season. And Essex moved to 166 for 7. And we've got. Is it 10 past 1 again today?
I think it will be. I'm not 100% certain, but I would have thought it would be.
So, got 50 minutes to go till lunch as Barnard is in and bowls, and chopped down on this one, Snater, and it runs away down to long leg for a single. But, almost back getting at a real angle and deflecting it down from off the straight path down to long leg. He moves on to 22, 167 for 7.
Surrey, you've got a batting point against Middlesex, a 251 for 5. So if Surrey win and if Warwickshire win, Surrey would be at least 1 point ahead of the Bears.
Barnard in and bowls, and this is going to be more runs turned down to long leg for a single, this time by Harmer. Barnard's line just straying a little bit onto the leg stump. So looking really for the top of off stump is where he's aiming for, or should be aiming for, but not quite able to get that so far.
They have just lost their 6th wicket, sorry. So they're 251 for 6. They lead Middlesex by 42.
There's Barnett in, bowls short, and this is pulled away powerfully down for 4. They won't get round to that. Pulled fine by Snater, and he continues to make the most of the let-off he had 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, and Will Rhodes, every time he hits a boundary, Will Rhodes will be just thinking, how did I drop that one? I wonder if there's a fine box in the dressing room. Normally the captain does the fine box. Barnard in. This one is clipped hard and fast past Hassan Ali at mid-wicket. So he gets something onto it, takes the pace off it, but can't prevent the single. 173. Snater goes to 27. 173 for 7.
And Morgan look like they're going to be the first team to win in this round of matches. They're chasing 79 to beat Worcestershire. They are 14 without loss. That's at Cardiff. That looks like it's going to be the first result.
Barnard again comes in, bowls to Harmer, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. And these two not really having too much problem here at the moment.
No, it looks like somebody's coming in to get some fielding, some of their kit change. So let's bring Nick Gledhill to join you now, Phil.
Okay, thanks, Clive. So 173 for 7. And these two just beginning to stretch the lead a little for Essex and giving them some hope. There's not been in any real trouble since the let off from Snater. They lead by 57.
Yeah, this is encouraging. It was the last throw of a dice really for Essex for Snater to come off. He has reined himself in a bit after that very frenetic start after the drop catch. He has played much more within himself, but he's still, he's going along about a run of ball, isn't he? He hasn't had a lot of the strike, but going along at a run of ball, playing really well. So here's Hannon Dolby, number 42 off 12. Not much happening with the ball at the moment, as that's just clipped away up towards deep square leg, and Mosley completes the fielding. One more to a total. Snater to a run of ball 28. 174 for 7. The lead is 58. And as Clive was mentioning, Surrey 255 for 6. But Jamie Smith is 81 not out.
He's a good player, Jamie Smith.
Yes, he is, and played well against Essex last week. Ryan Higgins 3 for 52. It was a good fight back by Middlesex, though, who looked out of the game after their collapse on the opening day. And another side that's done well after a collapse, 174 for 7, as Harmer plays that back down the pitch. And there's no run. Are Kent, because Kent were completely out of that game against Hampshire, who took the lead, no wickets down, but they're now 159 for 5. And yeah, it's been a good morning for the Kent bowlers. So there is a lead for Hampshire already of 64, but it's certainly been a pretty good morning for the Kent attack. 3 for Wes Agar, 1 each of Michael Hogan and Grant Stewart. 174 for 7, and Harmer stretching forward to Hannon Dolby and playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And a former Hampshire player has achieved the rare feat of beating what was a joint career best, because his previous career best he'd made twice, 150 on both occasions, one of which was here in 2019. Former Hampshire player now playing for Sussex, Tom Alsop, and he has progressed to a new career best this morning as Hannon Dolby bowls. An appeal for LBW on the move there. Harmer trying to work it away into the onside, and there is no run.
I think the appeal was a bit more in hope than expectation there from Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Sussex 402 for 8 against Leicestershire. Alsop 172 not out. Reminder that Steve Smith made 3.
But Pujara
made 77, which is basically about his average, I imagine, this season. He's having a really good time.
He's had 3 centuries already, I think.
Yes, I think been brilliant. Alsop's previous 150s, Warwickshire here and Leicestershire at home in 2019 and 2022.
Well done to him.
174 for 7. That's outside the off stump, not too far away, and left alone by Harmer. So yeah, I mean, it's where there's life, there's hope is the mantra for Essex here. Now the lead of 58, double that, and they start to feel
they've got something to bail on.
Yeah. Harmer has played within himself, and Snater has just reined himself in after that drop at mid-off, which is starting to look a little bit more important than we perhaps thought at the time.
Yes, we sort of thought it might just be short-term, but absolutely not.
Short mid-wicket in. 4 overs saving 1, and slipped quite deep, keeper standing up, and appeal for LBW. Now Hannon Dolby's quite keen on that, as Harmer was getting right forward. But it was sort of, he started off enthusiastically, but it was sort of cut off fairly quickly. 174 for 7, so lead 58, Snater 28 and Harmer 20 after a very good start for Warwickshire this morning, removing Critchley, Pepper and Bracewell in short order.
These umpires tend to give their LBW decisions quite quickly. There's not a lot of thinking and studying, and then the finger gets raised, and probably Oliver Hannon Dolby realised there was absolutely no sign at all that Rob White was going to give him anything in the affirmative. I'm seeing Hassan Ali, just beginning to take some stretching, so he may be coming back in for another spell. In the meantime, Ed Barnard is in bowls, and Snater swirls round on this one and clips it down to long leg for a single, so he gets one more. The 175 for 7, he goes to 29.
the clouds aren't individually discernible. It's like a haze.
It's a haze over,
yes.
yeah. You're not getting that blue sky you were looking for.
We're expecting.
Well, I think that could be coming later this afternoon. The forecast indicates it is. Barnard in, that beats Harmer outside the off stump, and well taken by Michael Burgess, who's standing up.
Yes, you was mentioning, I think Briggs could come into the equation before lunch, long way before second new ball.
I would have thought they would. So far it's been seam all the way through, and quite right too, it's been successful, and there's no indication that it's totally necessary, but it might just be to try and break these two if they can't get another wicket in the next sort of 10-15 minutes, as this one is played away into the onside and they scamper through for another single. Harmer moves to 21, 176 for 7.
Yeah, stand of 46 now between these two. So Harmer just demonstrating that he's perfectly capable of batting at number 7 in a championship side. But Snater always has this potential with the bat, and he's delivering it so far.
Facing Barnard, who bowls, and this is cut away down to third man by Snater. There's a man down there now for that. He just ambles in, picks that one up, restricts them to a single, but the single's ticking along. 177 for 7. Remember, it was 86 for 4, I think, when we resumed this morning.
Yes, and yeah, 130 for 7. It looked to be very much a game up, but these two extending things.
Barnard looking to bait the partnership in, bowls, and this one squirts away off the outside edge past the diving gates. Third man will prevent any more than just a single, but just for a moment Barnard must have thought he'd got something, but it was really more in the line of where second slip would have been. Also questionable whether in fact it would have carried quite to second slip. But it's all academic, because it went away, and Harmer gets another single, 178 for 7. As Barnard comes in again, Snater waits and has hit this in the air hard and high, and it drops just over the unfortunate Will Rhodes as the ball is retrieved. Harmer. Snater gets away with it again. It was up in the air over extra cover, and Rhodes was furiously backpedaling to get to it, and looked for a moment that he'd get underneath it, but it dropped just over his head, agonisingly for him, particularly as he's the one who dropped the catch earlier on.
Yeah, and it never quite got to him as a catch, that one, did it? Whereas he had an awful long time to wait for the first one.
The first one was a horror one, wasn't it?
But just another little moment. That ball just gripped in the pitch a little bit, I think, and towards the full shot.
But he gets a single. He goes on to 31 and 179 for 7. That was the last ball of Barnard's over.
Well, 63 the lead. 3 wickets left. And here's Helen Dolby bowling, and the appeal for LBW given out. It looked a pretty good shout. He got across his crease there, Snater, and there was a very confident shout straight away from Helen Dolby. And given in the affirmative, and the partnership is broken at 49, 179 for 8. Just when Warwickshire would have been starting to get a little bit concerned. Snater, who'd played very well there for that 31, but had got across his crease, just played down the wrong line, and if he wasn't outside the line of the off stump, then it looked pretty adjacent. 179 for 8, and Harmer is 22.
Yeah, he sort of shuffled across his stumps to get into position to play it. I just wonder whether it kept a little bit lower on him as well than he'd expected, or it may have been fuller than he'd expected, and therefore it hit him quite low down on the pad. But yeah, you kind of you can feel straight away whether it's a good shout or not, and that looked, I have to say, even from the angle we're at, it looked a fairly plumb shout. So Hannah Dolby gets his first wicket of the innings, his 5th of the game, and that I think probably puts Danny Briggs where he may have been a little bit expectant for a bowl. I think he's probably going to have had a fairly quiet game, Danny Briggs.
Well, there's no doubt that Sam Cook is developing as a batsman. He's perfectly capable of sharing a partnership of 30 or 40 here with Simon Harmer, and he has to, I guess, because whereas Porter can certainly hold an end, you would think that Cook is probably on the respective batting forms more likely to be able to play a few shots, but tell you what, if he can continue his development as a batsman here, it'd be very useful for Essex. 63 is the lead, not enough yet to worry Warwickshire, as Hannon Dalby bowls, and he gets right into line, plays out in a very orthodox fashion, does Cook, back down the pitch, and there is no run. So, just when Warwickshire would have been thinking we really could do with a wicket now, they've got it. It's been a pretty good morning for them. 86 for 4 has become 179 for 8. They certainly have settled for that at the start, Phil.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think people's expectation is that you're going to whip through, and once you've got sort of 2 or 3 down, the rest will go down like a pack of cards. But everybody can bat these days, all the sides.
Hannon Dalby bowls, and that's a controlled steer from Cook. Kept it down through where Gully would have been, down towards third man, and goes down to the aforementioned Danny Briggs. And one more goes to a total 180 for 8, but still only 64 ahead.
Yeah, we were saying when Clyde was on that you don't have what we used to call rabbits in the side anymore. You don't look at the batting and think, well, from 9 down, that's easy. Pick those up quickly. Very rarely does that happen. Nearly everybody now spends so much time on batting practice as well as the bowlers.
Short mid wicket and a slip, and here just a little bit of movement, and Harmer actually plays it pretty well, just gliding it down towards backward point, and Ed Barnard moves across. And Ed Barnard, you could say, is a sort of player in his utility role that Essex would dearly love to have, in the sense he can bat him a top 6 and bowl the 4-seamer.
Yep.
It's, I suppose, it's the one thing missing from the Essex lineup at the moment, and he's certainly been a very good acquisition for.
Yes, he has. He has. He's having that person come in who's a genuine all-rounder. Yeah. It's a
181 for 8. And Hannon Dalby bowls, and Cook on the drive. A bit of a slice down towards third man. Not sure it would have been a catching chance to, say, a third slip, but I don't think he was particularly in control of that. But he's gone along to 2. Harmer on 23 has batted nicely. But other than Snater, there hasn't been much resistance since that first breakthrough, when there was a deceptively good start between Critchley and Pepper.
The number of the Essex batsmen have got in, but nobody's gone on to make the score which you really need to build the innings round.
Here is Hannon Dalby again. Up to the wicket and bowls, and this time Harmer will play a nice drive off the back foot and get it away through the covers to a short boundary, and will collect 4 runs. It was a good stroke, and he's going to get some running repairs after that, but just a little bit, I think, short there, and he's able to just go back and punch it away through the covers. So 186 for 8, 70 the lead. Harmer 27, Cook has 2, and for Essex this morning, they have lost Critchley for 17, Pepper for 24, Bracewell for 5, and Snater for 31 from 32 balls.
It's beginning to take the same sort of shape as last year's game, where Warwickshire had a total, I think it was just over 100, wasn't it? Something like that for victory. I haven't got the game immediately to hand, but I seem to recall Warwickshire needing 110, 120, something like that.
I'll have a quick look at it, and
let's do that whilst Barnard starts a new over. He's in and bowls, and Cook runs it away into the offside. There's no run. I think Will Rhodes will be relieved to see the back of Snater, the one he dropped off what some people would put down. That was a sitter, but it did go an awful long way up in the air.
Although it wasn't particularly a breeze, it was still having to wait a long time for it to come down.
Barnard in again, bowls, and this is dropping down off the pad. He was looking to turn it on down the leg side and just played away through mid-wicket, or just even fine, but in the end wraps him on the pad and drops down in front of him. So Cook survives that one. 186 for 8. Essex lead by 70. And work to do for Warwickshire if they want to get their third win of the season. As Barnard in, and that's driven down to Davis, who comes in from mid-on and does the fielding.
Last year Warwickshire won by 10 wickets, Essex 168, so a little bit more than they got this year. Wesley got 80 and Lawrence 30. And Warwickshire in reply were 124 for 5, but got up to 385. Burgess 170 was the difference in the two innings, really.
Yeah. Barnard in bowls, and this is beating Cook, who's trying to hit this one away through the offside, but straight through to Burgess, who's standing up to the stumps.
Essex in the second innings, Simon Harmer 75 not out. That's the one little bit of hope for Essex. 49 for Critchley, 52 for Rossington, 36 for Cook, 44 for Lawrence. A good even contribution, 323. Second innings for Essex.
Barnard bowls, and this one's run away to Rhodes out in the covers.
And Warwickshire 110 for no wicket. Took the time, just inside 38 overs, but Sibley and Davis weren't parted. And the whole key to the game on a flatter pitch than this one was a dramatic collapse. I think it was probably just either side of lunch on the first day for Essex. 98 for 2 became 109 for 7.
Yep.
And hard to come back from that.
There's Barnard in bowls, and that goes again past the outside edge of Cook's bat through to the keeper, end of the over. I thought it was around 100, just over 100, which was required. So this game building up towards what at the moment would appear something not too dissimilar in terms of the target which Warwickshire may need to make in their second innings.
Yes, this is the problem for Essex. Seems to be batting first in these games here at Edgbaston, because in 2021 Warwickshire won by 7 wickets. Essex made 295 and 244. Warwickshire 284, so 3 fairly even first innings. But they then made 256 for 3 with 120 for Rob Yates, unbeaten, and 60 for Sam Hain. So it's not worked for Essex batting first on this ground in recent years. 186 for 8. Hannon Dolby bowls and is played down by Harmer for a single. It's going between 2 boundary fielders, but there won't be a chance for second one as Rushworth picks it up. I suppose still hope for Essex, but that dismissal of Shane Snater a bit of a blow. The lead now has gone up to 71, 187 for 8. So not a happy hunting ground for Essex in recent seasons in first class cricket. 187 for 8, and here is Hannon Dolby bowling, and that's a nice stroke by Cook. He only gets it up to mid-off, gets a single. Oh, there's a shot at the stumps, a direct hit, and there's hope there from the Warwickshire fielders and bowler that might be given out. Very, very good bit of fielding, a throw from mid-off, and it looked as though it'd be a fairly comfortable single for Cook, but the throw took out the off stump. But umpire satisfied that Cook had made his ground. 188 for 8.
It was an excellent piece of fielding by Hassan Ali there, who picked up and threw the stumps down. He actually, that was smart moving as well by Cook to actually get in to the non-striker's end, because I thought with the ball being on its way in, he wasn't going to make it.
It was a sharp single, but I can see why I went for it, because it was straight of the mid-off as Harmer tries to go for a swivel pull, and it comes off the top of the bat in the opposite direction from which he was intending, down towards deep backward point, and he'll collect a single out to Ed Barnard. So Harmer's done a pretty good job here. Can these two just replicate the partnership of Snater and Harmer just to get this lead up by another 40 or 50?
End of the over, I shall make way for Clive, and he's
Hannon Dolby with 2 slips.
Oh, great, it's going to be
Burgess,
Clive.
Burgess standing up to the stumps. And goodness me, that's kept low. It's gone through Burgess. Slip couldn't stop it, and second slip going, well, right about Sam Hain going about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, eventually gathers it in. Signals a bye, was that by the umpire?
I think that's been given us off the bat.
Was it off the bat? Well, that certainly was not the shot would have been determined at all there by Cook. It just sort of went very low. I don't think it was a catching chance.
No,
it was off the bat.
Kept right on the floor.
Must have just touched really the bottom of the bat. 190 for 8. Hain goes out of second slip, and we'll probably go back to that short mid-wicket position. Yes, he does. So
just the one slip there now.
Yeah, Harmer on strike at 190 for 8. Will lead 74. He's got 29. And here Hannon Dobby bowls to him, and he'll get probably 2 as it's whipped round the corner down towards Rushworth. They just jogged the first fairly gently, so no chance of a second run. He's got across to that pretty quickly. So just the 1 run there for Harmer. He goes to 30, 191 for 8.
Yeah, it was certainly not a chance, but it really skidded through. So I think he perhaps just caught it. It was a full delivery and just caught the outside edge and deflected past perhaps Burgess's gloves.
Yes, that's may well been what happened.
In fact, he's standing back now by the look of it. Yep, he is. He's been for Cook. He's been. They've said Oliver Hannon-Dobby's requested him going back, and there's 2 slips. Haynes come back in to second slip.
So here he comes again, Hannon-Dobby bowls to Cook. And Cook just plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 191 for 8. Cook has 3 and Harmer 30.
Right, we shall bring in Grace.
I'm probably going to grab some water in a minute, but get a chance to do that in just a moment. So 191 for 8. Barnard 1 for 40. And we've got Hannon-Dobby 1 for 54 from 15. So still 79 overs left in a very long day. Can these two replicate that partnership between Snater and Harmer? They'll need to give Essex a chance, Grace.
Yeah, absolutely, and will be Ed Barnard to continue from the Billy Mendon is in, and it's full, and it's just seemed to have missed the off stump. Ed Barnard has his head in his hands for a second. It's good delivery, just trying to bring Harmer forward into a drive. And yeah, Warwickshire will want to get these wickets quickly and have a chance to bat not too far after lunch, you'd think.
Oh, the sun's starting to come out.
Just in time. The ball stopped swinging when Essex come out to bowl. And Barnard's in, and again bringing Harmer forward into a defensive shot. And he's batted well here, Harmer, hasn't he? He's kept half a chance for his side here.
Well, the Grumbler's been in touch about this debate about the Essex balance of a side. We just mentioned the fact how Barnard balances the Warwickshire side batting at 6 and also 4-seamer. The Grumbler saying he would have preferred playing the extra batter throughout the season, but broadly speaking, it's worked out so far. The only previous game we were under the cosh was against Lancashire, beat Middlesex, on top against Kent and Surrey.
That's another full delivery from Barnard. Again, brings Harmer forward. No run taken.
Yes, even them in this situation, lead of what, 70, just on what, 75 now, 8 down. Looking back on that last wicket stand of 70 for Warwickshire, which made a bit of a difference in this game. And it just shows that a bad hour can kill you when it comes out of the blue, as that last wicket stand did.
As Barnard bowls, and this is full and attempted to be almost flicked into the leg side by Harmer, but he can't get enough on it, and it's stopped by Alex Davis at mid-on.
Yeah, it's such an interesting one, Grumbler, because obviously the feeling this year was Essex wanted to sign Will Sutherland to bat at 6 and to beat one of the 4-seamers. But Bracewell obviously doesn't offer as much with the bat, and it's just left them with that dilemma. But they have gone down the 4-seamer route, interestingly, even at Chelmsford as well.
This one's turned through the leg side. It looks like for a second there might be an attempt at a diving catch at fine leg, but it's Hannon-Dobby that cannot make it there and runs away for 4. And an interesting one that. There was lots of shouts for catch, but I'm not sure it was quite catchable for Hannon-Dobby, diving quite far to his left.
But another 4 runs. Harmer really has batted well. It's been a very sensible innings. Well, lead of 79. suppose get that, add another 40, and you get to sort of like the minimum that you might be able to defend. Good point by Phil there about the fact of similarity to what Warwickshire had to chase, if that was the right phrase, in the equivalent game last year when they won by 10 wickets. There have been similarities, particularly the Essex collapse in the first innings.
Barnard's in again and again. Armour tries to turn that through the onside, but Sam Hain does the work at mid-wicket. End of the over, Essex 195 for 8. They lead by 79.
And Warwickshire will be happy with the morning, probably even if they don't get another wicket before lunch, but obviously if they could, then we get into this interesting dynamic of whether we extend the session even though it's 1 lunch. We probably do, but never quite sure of the regulations in that respect. So Surrey 278 for 6 with Jamie Smith 95 not out, and Clive mentioned that if Surrey do win that game, and assuming Warwickshire win this one, Surrey will actually get a lead over Warwickshire at the top of the table, and I think we can be fairly certain that they will be 1 and 2 respectively, given that they were the leading sides going into the game. So Surrey with 1 batting point and looking like they're going to get a second. Warwickshire, of course, just missing out on the batting point. As Hassan Ali bowls, it's outside the off stump and left alone by Cook with good judgment. And Essex, I guess, if they can get into lunch in sort of 20 minutes' time. 195 for 8. It's just a question of how they find these extra 40 or 50 runs, just to give themselves a chance, a puncher's chance, if you like. If they were somehow to win the game from here, it would be the game, and they went on to have a successful season in the Championship, it would be undoubtedly the game we would all look back on, because with the exception of that Warwickshire collapse in the first innings, it really has been Warwickshire most of the way here, Grace.
Yeah, I mean the bowling attack they've come in with this year has been pretty dominating in the league.
Hassan Ali bowls that hit in the air but safe, and actually it's a very good shot from Cook, because he knows there's no deep square leg bat. There is a fine leg, Rushworth, but he's hit it square. He's hit it over the head of a square leg. And that's a very intelligent shot from Sam Cook, who just is getting better and better as a batsman. Maybe he's going to be the all-rounder that Essex are looking for. He's got 7, 199 for 8. Tell you what, there's a case for him coming in ahead of number 10, the way he's batting on recent outings. Very good indeed. The league goes to 83.
Just 1 run away from the 200 mark now. Essex making somewhat of a comeback. It's been pretty hard work for them out there, but Harmer doing very well at 34 not out.
As Hassan Ali bowls, and Cook gets a bouncer, which he just gets inside the line of and allows it to go through to Burgess, who's standing back with 2 slips of backward point cover mid-off, mid-on. Now there is a deep square leg, in case he plays a shot again. Fine leg, and third man. So we mentioned that it looked like this game might have the first result of the day, but it's almost certainly going to be between Glamorgan and Worcestershire. Glamorgan really flying this season. Their bowling looks very strong. 28 for no wicket, just needing another further 51 to beat Worcestershire. 199 for 8, and that's all beating Cook outside the off stump on the forward defensive. Just a little bit of movement there for Hassan Ali, who certainly produced quite a lot in his spell earlier this morning, which was very good. 199 for 8. So with that inevitable win, Glamorgan will, I think, be on the tail of Durham at the top of Division 2, with Sussex threatening to perhaps have a say in things, as that's outside the off stump and left alone by Cook. Yes, the win will take them second for the time being, but Sussex in a good position already against Leicestershire with that career best from Tom Alsop. And at the moment Durham holding a decent lead at the top of Division 2. 199 for 8, bits of blue sky, and the sign of a nice afternoon coming up, and generally some better weather on the way, I think, for the second half of May. 199 for 8, and here Cook haces uppishly. Now there is a man back, and he takes it. It's Chris Rushworth. Now that's interesting, because previously there'd only been 1 man on the leg side boundary, and the shot had been worth taking on. But Hassan Ali's reintroduction into the attack has been good enough to see the back of Sam Cook. With 2 men on the boundary, much more risk in the shot, and in the end it was Rushworth who got in line, took the catch very comfortably, moving across from fine leg to long leg. It's 199 for 9. The lead sits at 83, and Sam Cook goes for 7 with Harmer 34.
Yeah, unfortunately a pretty soft dismissal for Sam Cook. I think he'll be disappointed with that. It was pretty clear that Ali was going short at him, and he had the extra protection out there after the first one went before, and he's just kind of chipped that up, no real intent on it, and it's been caught on a relatively short boundary on the leg side. Just one more wicket now for Warwickshire to take before they can go and have a bat. And it will be Porter coming in at number 11, try and stay with Harmer, get them up to a respectable lead.
Let's delay our lunch. I don't go on now until the 10th wicket falls, as long as it's within half an hour of. The rules always seem to change. I don't know. I don't know whether that's the case. It'll be the usual thing. We'll wait to see when they walk off.
It's a shame. I'm quite hungry actually.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. But there we are. Yeah, it was a decent catch from Chris Rushworth. He had a bit of ground to make up. Hassanali's now got 3 wickets in the innings, and it's been bold stuff from Essex today, but you would think Warwickshire should still be pretty comfortable chasing at the moment. They'll be chasing double figures. 20 added for that 9th wicket.
What do you think Harmer's going to do here? Do you think he's going to push on a little bit?
Yeah, I would imagine so. They can get another, well, they can get the target to beyond 100 and then get a couple of early wickets. They could still make it nervy for Warwickshire. Fielders coming in now.
It's Chris Rushworth even coming right on over the wicket. First ball's full and driven out to that cover boundary, but Harmer will not take the single. He's decided he'll be farming the strike, and after that Will Rhodes sends mid-wicket, who was previously in out to the boundary. So there's 5 men on the boundary now, 2 on the offside and 3 on the leg side towards the Eric Holly stand.
Well, he's not showing faith in Jamie Porter, whose most recent innings have been 0 not out, 3 not out and 3 not out. So we can't get him out.
Needs to get up the order.
Scored 6 runs for 1 dismissal this season in 5 innings.
In comes Rushworth. This is driven nicely by Harmer into the offside gap, and again, no runs been decided to be taken as that man's now out. Ed Barnard at almost deep extra cover position, quite unconventional.
This is where cricket does get a bit bizarre, doesn't it? The batters are not going for runs, and the fielding side are giving them singles which they're not taking.
Mid on, mid off now. Also push back 3/4 of the way. It's Rushworth in, and this one is hit hard by Harmer coming down the track and piercing it through the offside, but again, no runs taken. It's a pretty good shot for none, Clive.
Yes, he was looking for the gap, wasn't he? And if he did it hard enough that if it'd been either side of the field, it probably would have gone past him. Unfortunately for Harmer, it was straight at him. Rushworth, of course, was 1 wicket away from a second consecutive 5 and a 7 in consecutive matches.
Rushworth in again, and this one is struck pretty hard. It doesn't even make it to Will Rhodes, who pushed himself out to mid-on. It looked like he'd really got hold of that, didn't it? But it just ended up really dying down, and Rushworth holds his head in his hands, and it brings up the 200 for Essex. They're 200 for 9 and lead by 84.
Too feel for Will Rhodes out in the field. He dropped that steepler earlier, and since then he had 2 agonisingly close to him, which he hasn't quite been able to reach. But the 200 up then for Essex.
Well, Porter has been trusted with 2 deliveries to see off Chris Rushworth. 2 slips come in to play. Porter awaits for his first ball. of the innings, and it's full and left outside off by Porter. Dan Mosley is sent out to the point boundary for the last ball. Rushworth's 16th over in the innings.
200 and 333 balls, so the fourth 50 took 83 balls. Slightly slower than the third.
As Rushworth bowls and is full and straight, but Porter gets behind it nicely and is seen off the end of the over.
Yeah, so he did well there. 84 the lead. Essex feel they could just add 16 more, then Warwickshire might be a little anxious, but it's been an entertaining morning's cricket. Go to an update. Well, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire still seem on course for victory despite coming up against some attacking batting from Essex this morning. Essex have moved on to 200 for 9 in their second innings, but that still only gives them a lead of 84. The latest 2 wickets, Ollie Hannon Dolby, Shane Snater LBW, that was an important wicket. Snater was hitting out, he went for 31, and Sam Cook caught in the deep off Hassan Ali for 7, Essex 200 for 9. That's played 2.4 no run. There could have been a run if Farmer had wanted it, but he declined it. It's 200 for 9, so I think we may carry on after 10 past to see whether this 10th wicket were to fall. Hassan Ali in again to Harmer. Slipped quite wide. It's a short one. He's pulled it in the air and he's got enough on it. Well, it's been slightly misjudged that by the fielder because it's bounced inside the rope. And it was Chris Rushworth down here was a little bit too far in. And it went over his head, bounced in front of the rope and gone for 4. If he'd been back on the boundary, that would have been an easy catch.
I think he just slightly misjudged it. Maybe came well. He was up anyway. He came rushing in, and it's not what you like to see as a fielder, going over your head and bouncing, and not going for 6.
So it's 4 more. 204 for 9. I'm on to 39. Hassan Ali into bowl, and that's pushed out to third for a single. Of course, I'm not suggesting it's in any way deliberate, but it does keep Rushworth in with a chance of getting his fifer, him not taking that potential catch. So, a bit of a murmur around the ground. I should try to finish off this Essex innings. In comes Hassan Ali. Oh, there's a wild swing there from Harmer. He's missed it completely. And there's no run. So what is it? 118 runs scored this morning for the loss of 5 wickets. So it's been pretty entertaining and attacking stuff. But I feel at the moment anyway, Essex haven't quite got enough on the board. Has been a team bowled out for 63 this season, so it was Northants against Hampshire at Northampton. Well, should be chasing more than that. Fielder comes in from the boundary, so this is the 5th ball of the over, so they're trying to stop the one now. Harmer moves across his stumps and the guys that into a gap, and that was good batting from Harmer. He saw what the gap was, where he could get a single, and moved across the stumps and placed it there and got that single all too easily from Warwickshire's point of view. 205 for 9 does give Hassan Ali 1 delivery at Jamie Porter. Be the 3rd ball that Porter has faced. Two slips, and it looks like we're going to get a short leg. Sam Haynes trotted over. Not Sam Haynes, beg his pardon. Well, it was Alex Davis, but they seem to have changed their mind. So he's tossed the helmet back to the wicket keeper, and looks like he's going to go in at leg slip or leg gully instead. Yeah, so he takes a catching position on the leg side. I don't know, he's just tinkering with his field a little bit. He comes in now to bowl to Porter right in the block hole, and Porter's dug it out well. So he survives that, 205 for 9. Essex have got the lead up to 89.
Here comes Rushworth looking to get that fifer after chance was missed in the last over to get Harmer. Caught at fine leg, but it will be Harmer to face the first ball here. Rushworth 17 over. He's 40 not out. Just the one slip, second slip in. Everyone else on the boundary or 5 or 10 yards off it. As Rushworth's in, and this is wildly swung across by Harmer, and he's picked it up, to be fair, and it's gone for 6. Almost flat batted it, didn't he? It was a decent length ball, but he's really picked it up, and just 4 runs away from a half century here.
Still runs from Harmer. Essex's third 6 of the match, second of this innings.
It's now 5 men out on the leg side boundary, no slip in play as Rushworth's in, and that one's just turned into the leg side with good control by Harmer, but he chooses not to take the single.
Just moved across, and he was hoping maybe to be able to turn that one down to fine leg. The field on the long leg boundary is quite wide. Potential for at least a 2 if he can get it fine enough.
Rushworth comes in from the end of his mark and bowls that one's full and pretty wide outside off, and Harmer comes down the track to make a slash at it, but it's very wide, that one, and he misses as it sails through to Burgess.
You made any runs yet this season?
No, I mean, I do bat 11, so it's not always easy. Unfortunately, bat 11, but I did get a good 10 red on Wednesday, you know.
Good. That's good.
It was a good 10 as well, Clive.
Ah.
I'm trying to get up the order. So Rushworth's in, and this is a full toss, and it's hit very straight by Harmer, and even though there's 2 men out on the straight boundary, they cannot prevent the boundary, and that will be Simon Harmer's 50, and it receives a warm applause from the home fans. 50 off 77 balls, 6 fours and 1 6.
Well, it's his 31st 50-plus score in first-class cricket. And he can score runs. He's got 2 centuries to his name. It's been a really good innings, which is just giving Essex something to bowl at here. 77 balls, 6 fours and a 5, and it's caused Will Rhodes and Chris Rushworth to have a chat. I've had 4 balls in the over, so talk us through that 10 then. What was it? How many balls?
I reckon it was about 10 balls, if I had to guess. I mean,
we had a bit of a collapse. At the other end? Did you have a number 10 at the other end, or do you have a higher order batter at the other end?
I had
the strike.
A number 10 at the other end, but she's the self-proclaimed best number 10 in the country. So Kirsty Gordon, as in comes Rushworth, and this one's short and keeps kind of low, and Harmer tries to pull it, but unsuccessful. Yeah, our skipper, Kirsty Gordon, does a bit of the commentary at Trent Bridge actually, and yeah, she's been telling me that she is the best number 10 in the country. She did well, to be fair to her. I think she scored a few as well, so yeah, it was, well, we only ended up getting 209, which was definitely under par. We had a bit of a bad day with the bat on Wednesday, but the game ended up being rained off halfway through.
Yeah, I commentated with Kirsty at the finals day at Northampton.
Good friend of mine, Kirsty Gordon. In comes Rushworth again. Final ball, the over is short, and Harmer tries to hit it through the offside for a single, but fails to do so. So Porter will be facing what we can assume will be Hassan Ali from the other end.
And yeah, it looks like we have got the delay for lunch. I can't remember which way round it was, but with Kirsty, it was either when she was not on commentary or whether she was on commentary. One of them, she was broad Scottish, and the other, she wasn't. So I can't remember which way round it was. But anyway,
she's got a pretty strong Scottish accent, but
I think it's when she got on microphone and that sort of.
Did she tone it down?
Yeah, a bit of a
shocking
broadcast voice on. She's very good, and it was a good day. I enjoyed that at Northampton. 2:15 for 9 then, so we will bat on. We won't take lunch straight away. I would imagine it's either 50 minutes or half an hour, I never remember which, that we can carry on for if these two are still batting. Hassan Ali comes into bowl, and that's going down the leg side. It's taken by the wicketkeeper, it's no run. Well, it's a bit unfair in the last wicket pair, isn't it? Everyone else goes into lunch when at 10 past, but when they're there, they have. Oh, we'll get warning. Will be out soon, so we'll carry on. Must be some satisfaction if you can see off the half hour. So, intriguing match. It's going to go well into the day, and the target now would be 100 for Warwickshire, even if they get the wicket now. So they're giving themselves a chance here, and that's a bouncer from Hassan Ali, which whistles past the chest of Porter, who is on strike, of course. It's an opportunity for the bouncer, but I would suggest aiming at the stumps might be the trick here.
Don't sense that Porter's going to take on the short ball after that, do you, like Sam Cook did?
Be going for survival unless he can nurdle a single somewhere. Hassan Ali bowls. That's a good delivery. She does well to keep out Porter. Gets his bat on that to the offside. 2:15 for 9. 99 is the lead. Still got plenty of overs left in the day. 73 and a half. 73 after this, so Warwickshire don't have to get the runs today, but clearly they would if they get this wicket quickly. Hassan Ali comes into bowl, and is that caught? They're appealing for something here, and Hassan Ali celebrating. The batter was looking at the umpire, waiting for a decision, which has come. I assume that's caught at, I think it was second slip. Sam Hain taking it low. I'm not sure Porter looks in Harmer standing at the non-striker's end, looking very nonplussed by that. I don't think Essex are entirely happy by that call, but it has been given out. Hassan Ali has his 4th wicket. It's 215 all out. And Warwickshire will be chasing a nice round 100 to win this game. So it's been a enterprising morning from Essex. I'd suggest it hasn't quite come off, but not a million miles off doing so. They've managed to add 129 runs, just lost wickets 2 off and 6 wickets falling in that time, and so it means that Warwickshire have a modest but by no means a gimme target to chase. They'll be chasing 100 as they leave the field with Chris Rushworth and Hassan Ali having taken 4 wickets apiece. You can get your lunch now, Grace. Well done to the umpire for letting us go to lunch. We'll be back in about 40 minutes' time.
Scores from other matches around the country today. Starting first scores at the county ground for Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Nottinghamshire. Northamptonshire in their first innings were dismissed for 158, and in reply, Nottinghamshire were then dismissed for 255. At Chester Street, the match between Durham and Yorkshire. Yorkshire in their first innings were dismissed for 254, and in reply, Durham were then dismissed for 227. And at lunch, Yorkshire in their second innings are 198 for 8, a lead of 225. At St Mary Gardens Cardiff, the match between the Ball and Worcestershire. Worcestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 109, and in reply, the Morgan were then dismissed for 258. In their second innings, Worcestershire were dismissed for 227, and at lunch, the Morgan are currently 34 without loss, requiring a further 45 runs. But the Upton still currently are Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Sussex in their first innings were dismissed for 430. Leicestershire in reply at lunch were 1 without loss. At the Encore County Ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. Derbyshire in their first innings at lunch and moved on to 224 for 7. At the Kier Oval, the match between Surrey and Middlesex. Middlesex in their first innings were dismissed for 209. And Surrey at lunch had taken their first innings to 291 for 7. At the Emirates Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Somerset. Somerset were dismissed for 361, and at lunch Lancashire had moved on to 167 for 5. And finally, at the Spitfire Ground Canterbury, the match between Kent and Hampshire. Kent in their first innings were dismissed for 95, and at lunch Hampshire were on 189 for 5.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we are about to enter the final innings of the match. Warwickshire chasing exactly 100 to beat Essex after Essex are bowled out for 215. Just to clarify a little bit on that final wicket, which fell just before lunch, Jamie Porter, he was caught at slip actually by Rob Yates, who continues his incredible catching for the season. There was a bit of delay. Yates now on bowling on 17 catches for the season, by far the country's leading non-wicket keeping catcher. And there was a bit of hesitation from Jamie Porter, and also Simon Harmer looked a little bit nonplussed at the non-striker's end. I'm not sure whether they wondered whether the ball had carried him. When we've seen a replay, it definitely did. It was a low catch, but it definitely carried. The only other explanation might be if he felt he hadn't hit it, but anyway, it was given out. And Clive Egan, Nick Clegg, Hill here, take the first over. Oh, Essex needing early wickets.
They certainly do, with just 100 to get. And Rob Yates is on strike. Is he caught behind first ball? Was a big appeal, huge appeal, but not given out. First ball bowled by Jamie Porter, and Essex, for all the world, thought that had been edged through to Pepper, but nothing from the umpire. I mean, he literally went down the pitch there, Pepper, as if he was in like a celebration. Of course, he got a wicket first ball. Of course, last time out, didn't he? The
Yates,
first ball of the year.
Yates is on what would be quite a unique king pair, sort of almost a coronation pair. Now, there's a little bit of discussion with the umpire, but I am a little bit suspicious of the way Porter approached that. He didn't appeal. He ran down the pitch to set up. It was almost as if he was trying to say it's
a fait accompli.
I don't think the umpire liked that too much.
Interestingly, right, 3 slips, 5 saving 1. And here is Porter round the wicket. Bowls, that's another good delivery. He takes the pad and runs down towards fine leg. He's bowling well this season, Jamie Porter. And well, obviously Essex needs something sensational from him and Cook first up here. But Warwickshire have the first of the 100 runs that they need, and I suppose Yates is quite pleased just to get away from Porter for a few moments, because so far it's not been a happy 3 deliveries for him in the match.
I don't know how you describe it, whether you call it a coronation pair, when it's not only your first ball of each innings, but the team's first ball of each innings, and he nearly suffered that ignominy there.
I was just trying to work out what Warwickshire's exact target was just over a year ago in the 4th innings, Clive. They got 110 for no wicket, so it was obviously somewhere around about that point. So very, very close to what they require today. And this is played nicely by Alex Davis, just a push and run, just wide of mid-on. And he'll collect the first comfortable run of the Warwickshire innings. 2 for no wicket, needing 100 to go clear top for the time being. But we know that... and if they do win, that Surrey will be clear at the top should they beat Middlesex. But who knows, maybe there are one or two twists and turns. Yeah, 1 or 2 twists and turns, because in that game, Jamie Smith is out for 97. 291 for 7 will lead us 82 for Surrey over Middlesex. And here there's one on the pads of Yates, and Porter won't be too happy with that. That's gone down towards fine leg. It's hit a leg by, but it's the least threatening delivery that he's bowled. And the score goes up to 3 for no wicket. So it was a 10-wicket win. They took their time last year, Warwickshire, in getting the 10-wicket win, but they'll be absolutely delighted to repeat the dose here, I guess. It's been a different sort of game, but it has had 1 or 2 things in common, like an Essex first innings collapse when they batted first in the game. 3 for no wicket, and as a delivery that just cuts back in slightly to Davis, and just trying to play it back down the pitch. It might have been a bit of bat and pad in that, and it's picked up by short mid wicket. So we've got 3 slips, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. All this after Essex this morning added good runs for the last 6 wickets, but all 6 wickets fell. Here's an attempted cut shot from Davis, which is a play and a miss. Certainly an over from Porter that at times caused problems, but didn't produce a wicket. 215 all out, Essex this morning, starting at 86 for 4. Harmer, very impressive, unbeaten, 50 from 79 balls. Snater, a sprightly 31 from 32.
Yeah, so Warwickshire got the 3 runs, but I feel reasonably relaxed at the moment, I'd imagine, but 2 or 3 wickets would change that. I'm going to see Sam Cook to come into bowl.
Good news for Warwickshire in terms of batting conditions. Best of the game, I would imagine, Clive. I don't think it was like this on Thursday or Friday.
Yes, in terms of the overhead conditions. The pitch is still proving quite difficult.
Yep.
In comes Cook round the wicket to bowl, and that's played up the onside. There's no run.
Frustrating for Essex because just the 1 win, a series of draws, and looking like a defeat now, but they have had both Porter and Cook bowling well, really well at the same time this season. And just feel frustrated. They've had a couple of games they've had the better of. The Kent game, it was such a flat pitch, and Harmer was starting to make inroads in the Kent innings, but all told, that was a pitch designed not to have a result, I think, from Kent's point of view. But they played very well against Surrey.
In comes Cook, and that's solidly defended by Yates, and there is no run.
I'm fairly convinced that Kent were convinced that the only likely positive result that they would be an Essex win. They would rather, even with the 5 draw points, prepare a flat wicket, which is what they did. But Essex have generally played pretty well this season, and bowling unit has looked pretty impressive, particularly Porter and Cook at the top of it.
Cook comes in to bowl, and that's just slightly over pitch driven, but straight in mid-off, so there'll be no run.
A few emails around about lunchtime just about the general situation for Essex, and Michael Biswell, one of our regular emails, we're just talking about the option of bowlers that can bat, really, and we looked at Ben Allison, who's a steady bowler and a good batter, could be given a run, and Paul Walter, you think, should be in the side. You know, I sort of was surprised, Michael, when Paul Walter wasn't an automatic first pick at the start of the season, but obviously a challenge for position of places.
This next one is the open face of the bat and play down to backward point, and that's going to go through for 4 for Rob Yates, who moves on to 5. The feeling that Rob Yates needs runs, obviously out first ball in this one. He's been out early a couple of times. He has got a century though this season, so it's not all, but it does tend to be the case of Rob Yates. You either out for naught or 100.
Gets plenty. Yeah.
7 without loss. As Cook comes into bowl, that's left by Yates. There's no run.
I think an issue that Michael's highlighting is the fact that obviously there's conjecture about whether Harmer's good enough to bat at 7. I personally think he is. I think he showed that in this match. It was a superb innings at that 50. But if you're going to have Harmer at 7, you need a pretty strong number 8. I'm talking about a Graham Napier type number 8, someone of that quality, and Essex probably don't have that. And maybe Ben Allison is perhaps one option, as he has shown promise with the bat.
Last ball of the over from Cook, and that's defended by Yates as no run. It's going through the Essex card from today, so they started the 86 for 4. They played in bold fashion really throughout the morning session. They lost Matt Critchley, who edged Hassan Ali to slip to Rob Yates to go for 17. He hit 1-4 today, 3 in total in his innings, 55 balls. Then Michael Pepper, looked for me, might have been a tad unlucky to be given LBW against Chris Rushworth for 24 off just 26 balls, 4 fours. He was an enterprising form. That was 122 for 6, and then crucially they lost a 3rd wicket in 4 overs when Doug Bracewell was caught by Hayne at second slip of Rushworth for 5.
Porter bowls to Davis, who this time just hits one just back of the square on the onside, not entirely off the middle of the bat, certainly. I just wait for the umpire's signal, and it was indeed a leg by. It was just a pad, no bat at all on it. So 8 for no wicket, but Warwickshire are underway.
So that was 130 for 7. They added 49 then in enterprising fashion for the 8th wicket for Shane Snater. Was LBW to Helen Dolby for 31, which she hit off just 32 balls, 2 fours and a 6.
And here's Porter bowling to the left-handed Yates with 3 slips at a stagger bowls, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
20 more Andy before Sam Cook was caught in the deep by Chris Rushworth off Hassan Ali for 7. He hit 1-4, and then Simon Harmer went to town but ran out of partners as Jamie Porter was caught at slip very low down by Yates off Hassan Ali for a 7-ball duck, leaving Simon Harmer 50 not out of 79 balls, 6 fours and a 6.
Yes, as this is clipped round the corner here by Yates, down to fine leg. Again, just bought a string on the pads there, and one more to a total, 9 for no wicket. Pretty much clear blue sky, a little bit of cotton wool cloud, but the high hazy cloud we had this morning has gone, as per forecast. And on the face of it, these are good overhead batting conditions. The pitch just still doing a bit, but there's no way that Warwickshire shouldn't get 100 here. Essex is going to have to do something fairly dramatic. Yes, Walter, we're talking about Walter. Last year averaged 41.5 from 7 games and 11 innings. And this is a appeal for OBW as he goes across the crease here. Was there a bit of inside edge there? Because he was going right across. It was a stifled shout. But Porter asking 1 or 2 questions. 9 for no wicket. But yeah, I think if Walter was going to be in the side from the start, it probably would have been as an opener. Well, of course, he did that job pretty well, I think, during the lockdown year, I think, when he was opening with Alistair Cook. But, of course, if he can bowl and just bowl a few overs, he could potentially be the 4th seamer if he can bowl enough overs in that role. Which is hit uppishly, but in the end, I think it falls short of Bracewell, who's in at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. It was hit pretty well, but by Davis, but on the bounce to mid-wicket, there's no run. 9 for no wicket.
Yeah, just to wrap up, in his 17 extras, 6 byes, 1 leg by, 10 no balls, so 5 bowled. That's no balls. 1 of them today. Hassan Ali bowled 4 of them. Ed Barnard 1.
9 for no wicket, and this is played defensively, just a couple of yards down the pitch. End of the over. 9 for no wicket. Yates 6 and Davis 1. A target, an even 100.
All Warwickshire bowlers got wickets, but today it's Chris Rushworth 4 for 62, Ollie Handobi 1 for 54, Ed Barnard 1 for 44, and Hassan Ali finished 4 for 48. Going to do an update in about 21 seconds on this 3rd day of this championship match. Warwickshire now batting in sunshine here, and at the moment they'll be happy enough. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are chasing exactly 100 for victory against Essex. Bold approach by Essex this morning, but probably not enough to deny Warwickshire. They did score 129 in the morning session, but Warwickshire kept getting wickets at fairly regular intervals in what's still a fairly helpful pitch. Chris Rushworth finished with 4 for 62, Hassan Ali 4 for 48. The main resistance came from Simon Harmer, who ran out of partners on 50 not out. Rob Yates on a king pair survived a very loud appeal off the first ball of the innings, but he did survive that. He's on 7, Davis on 9. It should be not straightforward for Warwickshire, but it should be something they would expect to get comfortably enough. They're chasing 100 to win, they're 10 without loss. And it's Sam Cook to bowl to Davis going down the leg side. Davis has a little wafted it, and there's no run. He'd been frustrated, Alex Davis, in the first innings because he got right up to the last ball before the close and then edged it to go off the very last scheduled ball of the day, which would have been a great frustration for him.
Sorry, 306 for 7, have a second batting point in that game at the Oval.
In comes Cook to bowl with 3 slips in place. That's a solid 4 defensive by Davis. Morris should be in no hurry, they've got plenty of time. I mean, they will do it today unless the weather intervenes, but they can take as long as they like. If you have to come back after tea, they won't mind that.
I mean, the one hope for Warwickshire, it's not as by any means a straight fight between Warwickshire and Surrey, this title at the moment, but obviously Warwickshire keeping an eye on Surrey, and they just need to hope that Middlesex top order delivers as it potentially can, with the likes of Robson and Stoneman.
Cook comes into bowl to Davis, who plays that to backward point. There's no run.
And that might cause Surrey some problems later on. But Surrey's lead approaching 100, and thought Middlesex rather fell apart like the proverbial cheap suit in their first innings after being well placed.
Yeah, it's probably a bit early to worry. I know what you're saying. It's probably a bit early to worry about other teams' results at this stage, but Should be happy enough for the start of the season if they see this job through. Cook comes into bowl and wraps Davis with the pass. That looks a reasonable shot. Cook is absolutely convinced. He can't believe it's given not out, but it has been. And he's doing a bit of a double teapot there, is Sam Cook, looking around at his fellow fielders for a bit of moral support. That was out, wasn't it, you're saying? But the crucial verdict comes from the umpire, which is not out. It remains 10 without loss.
Well, we haven't got a replay, but it looks like an off-cut. I suppose the only issue, I don't think height was an issue. I think, you know, whether leg stamp or whatever, but it looked a pretty good shout, certainly, and that's what Sam Cook thinks.
He'll try again as he comes into bowl. And pitches that one up. Oh, well, that's another LBW shout, and this time he gets it. Davis went for a huge hoik and missed it. And he's gone for one, so Essex do get the early wicket to keep themselves alive in this match. And Warwickshire are 10 for 1.
Which is more wickets than they lost in the run chase last year, I guess. But that was a strange shot. Having survived that LBW shout, 100 to win, you've got 5 sessions to get the runs in. That was a very, very strange shot. I've no idea why he played that, and he's probably just wondering himself as he walks off. That really is taking a liberty with Sam Cook. Yeah, not quite what Warwickshire wanted, but Essex going to have to get a few more quickly to cause any doubt. But
I think it indicates that, Nick, that you know, the batters are still not
absolutely confident on the pitch.
And that Alex Davis probably felt he had to get on with it while they're there. It was a pretty ugly looking shot.
Yeah, he was certainly a better player than that. It was particularly against Cook as well. So we've got 1 wicket down. Rhodes coming in, 63 first time round.
Yes, that was his first real innings of the season from him. Did Riley say after his partnership with Sam Hain was between one batter badly out of form and one in form, and
yes,
he was referring to himself as the one that was out of form. But yeah, good. I mean, a really important innings. Actually, the context of the match, that was worth probably more than 63 years in other games.
So Warwickshire have 10 of their 100, but they've lost 1, and it's going to be Porter to bowl to Robbie Yates, and it's a no ball, and he gets into the line, plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Mick Marshall on our emails, bbcscricket@gmail.com, saying also still a good player. Could Alistair Cook now be stopping a younger player from getting experience? On the bowling front, the all-rounder Ben Allison showed some good batting and bowling performances last year, but is now being kept out of the team. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one, Mick. Certainly Allison deserves more opportunities. That's one that's come off a leading edge and probably squirts away for just a single. They'll think of a second, but it's not there. Just trying to play that defensively, but it's just squirted away uppishly initially between backward point and cover, and they got 1. But it's a little bit uncomfortable out there against these 2 opening bowlers. 13 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good ball from Porter. I know it's easy to play the game from up here, but the no ball the previous over, when you're defending 100,
yes,
you cannot afford to be bowling no balls.
Certainly, because they make quite a difference, don't they? The 2-run penalty now, which I think is in the championship for the first time this season, or was it last year?
No, it's been in for a while.
Was it? Had it?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
I'm not paying attention to that then, but I always used to know it was, you know, it was.
We haven't got the free hit yet, but it'll come one day probably.
13 for 1. Anyway, here's a delivery from Porter, which is played defensively by Rhodes up into the offside. Thankfully, I suppose, because we don't see that many no balls. Yes, obviously they do cost a lot, of course, in T20, but equally they can do in a championship situation where you've got a short run chase, as that one's just played defensively up towards Bracewell. A point.
It is a bit of an anomaly that the 2 runs, though, because it doesn't happen in the other first-class cricket. It doesn't happen in Test matches.
No, that's what I was thinking.
We do it differently.
3 slips and a short mid wicket, and that's Edgbaston just past second slip before. That wasn't a controlled shot from Rhodes. It squirted away, and I think he was just sort of moving across to that, Lawrence. I don't think it was ever really a catching chance for him, but it's certainly an involuntary shot and continues the theme of the innings so far. 17 for 1, particularly when Porter's getting in the right place.
Yeah, well, Essex will see if they can get a couple more wickets on this pitch. Batter's not looking comfortable. This is not a done deal yet. Problem is, a shot like that was a really good ball, which, do you know what, that was in the air as it went past third slip.
Yeah,
the replay.
yes.
Might even put that down as a sharp chance.
Could have been, yeah, it was almost past him before he saw it there, Lawrence, at third slip. Staggered slip, Corden, and that one was a good delivery, which in the end, Rhodes watchfully decides not to play as it's happy it's going to go past his off stump and go on its way through to Burgess. So we've got on its way through to Pepper. So we've got a 3-slip Corden, a staggered Corden. We've got a point, got a wide mid-off, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a square leg chatting to the umpire, a fine leg on the boundary. Blue skies, little bit of occasional hazy cloud, or high cloud, cotton wool cloud. And here is Pepper bowling, Porter bowling another one on the pads, and it goes down towards fine leg. And there's going to be a second run here, as that's actually quite well stopped in the end by Cook, because he had to get across quickly, 2 leg byes. Just every now and again, Porter is bowling one on the pads to the left-handers, and it's a bit of a release ball, really. And again, although it was just leg byes, similar theme there. Where he's getting it around about off stump, he's causing much more difficulty. 19 for 1.
Yeah, but it's not enjoying it too much out there at the moment.
Here's Porter bowling again, and that's just played defensively from the crease by Rhodes up into the offside to Bracewell. Yeah, so 19 for 1 with a target of just 100. It's really just one sort of cameo, one decent partnership to get Warwickshire over the line here, and there'll be some what-ifs for Essex, and of course top of the list will be the first innings collapse and the last wicket stand for Warwickshire.
It is the debate, and with this pitch as well, there's the debate about how attacking you should go, because it's always easy to be critical, and they say if you want your batters to play attacking cricket, you can't criticise them when it goes wrong. But the pivotal moment in that first innings is Sam Cook comes into bowl to Yates with 3 slips in place, and it's gone past the outside edge. Forward defensive by Yates, and it goes to the wicket keeper. There's no run. Just in the last over before tea, Dan Lawrence went for an attacking shot. He went straight to cover, first ball of the over, and Chris Rushworth then promptly got the next 2 batters out in that over, and that's what turned the innings. And you criticise Dan Lawrence for playing that sort of shot, bearing in mind on this pitch you probably do have to go for your shots, because it's not easy to hang around for a long time. Cook comes in to bowl, and that again moves away. He beats the bat again. He has one arm in the air. Cook, he can't believe that's not got him a wicket.
No, I mean, it's lovely bowling. Porter just occasionally straying onto the pads, but generally bowling well. Cook with a sort of metronomic line roundabout off stump, and really causing a few difficulties. Cook with 1 for 5.
Morgan are the first winners in this round of matches as Cook again round the wicket bowls, and that's driven out to a point by Yates, and there is no run. Glamorgan finished 82 without loss to beat Worcestershire by 10 wickets. They will get 20 points for that. Warwickshire will, indeed, either side wins this game, they will get 19 points, and the losers will get 3, because no batting points to be had. Would have been 1 in old money for Warwickshire, but under the new rules, they fell short.
There'll be a lot of 3-pointers this season, Clive, with those new bonus points.
Yeah. Cook comes round the wicket to bowl, and that's driven, and as long as Rose could get out of the way, that was going to be a good shot, and he duly did. Now, what's going on here? Yates is not happy about something. He had a word with Cook and a word with the umpire. He gets a pat on the back by Rose. I wonder if 1 or 2 words have been exchanged out there, which Yates has taken exception to. But he should be happy with the shot. It was a good straight drive. It takes him to 12, 23 for 1.
Yeah. Nice stroke. A bit of needle out there.
Cook comes in to bowl, and Yates, well, might argue just about withdrew his bat inside the line. It was a very good ball from Cook, inviting him to play, and it whistles past the outside edge to the wicket-keeper, and it remains 23 for 1.
Yeah, I think these figures are up to date, but Cook with that wicket, he got 1 in the first innings, which is a sort of unusually low return for him, and an early one here, so 16 in the campaign for him. And I think he's still level with Porter in that respect, because Porter got 2. In fact, Porter's still ahead. He's on 21 now after those 2 in the first innings.
Cook Round the wicket again. Bowles, that's solidly defended by Yates. Still raises an arm in the air though. Cook, it remains 23 for 1. Good over from Cook, but he didn't get reward for it, and Yates did hit a 4, so he's on 12, and Warwickshire now need just another 77 runs to win. They're 23 for 1.
Yes, Simon Harmer, as last year, had a very quiet game with the ball, although actually quiet in the sense that not many runs have been scored off him. 8 overs for 8 in the first innings. I wonder what there will be, if much at all, really, in this pitch for him this afternoon. I'm sure he will be given an exploratory go, but the ideal situation for Essex would be to have a few wickets down before that happened. But of course, it's such a short chase of 100. If his seamers don't do it, then he can't create any pressure, can he, really? So here's Porter bowling, and that was played quite nicely by Rhodes. Bat and pad together, compact shot up towards mid-off. So we've got Cook in at first slip, Harmer at second, and Lawrence at third. And we were saying that one that just whizzed past him might have been a sharp chance, but it was almost past him before he was able to react. Got a fine leg on the boundary. We've got a square leg chatting to the square leg umpire. Critchley in at a short mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and wide mid-off. A point, and it's going to be Porter to bowl, and that's just flicked away with one hand off the bat down towards Cook at fine leg by the left-hander Rhodes, and 24 for 1. Warwickshire not entirely without difficulties against these two, but relatively happy with 24 for 1, chasing 100. Essex looking for a couple of wickets very quickly here, just to try and create some pressure. A staggered slip cordon with Lawrence almost in like a fine gully, really, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. So certainly both these two have been bowling well this season, working well as a combination. But Essex will be disappointed with a sort of even, this looked like being an even card after this game, with a win, a defeat and a few draws in the middle. So sort of shades of last season, really. 24 for 1. As Porter bowls again. That's just a compact defensive shot from Yates, just getting right back into his crease and playing defensively. And yeah, it's a sort of situation you take out that last wicket stand, Clive, have a target of around 180 on this pitch, and yes, possibly a different story.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't.
No, that's the problem from Essex's point of view. Take out that over from Rushworth you were just talking about. Yeah, Porter bowls, and that's quite a nice drive actually by Yates, but it won't get past mid-off, just leaning into a stroke.
I mean, I think difficult on the pitch is 126 was too low a score for Essex to get in that first innings. If they got 160, something like that, they might have said, well, that's not necessarily terrible under the conditions, but 126 is too low. But it, as I said, it has real parallels to Warwickshire's defeat against Surrey.
Yes.
In that respect.
And also there have been similarities to this game to the one last year between the two sides, as we've looked at a little bit earlier. That's played defensively up into the offside by Rhodes, who has 5, and Yates 12, 24 for 1. Where again Essex were bowled out fairly cheaply in the first innings on a better pitch. I think it was about 160. And Warwickshire batted past them with Burgess's 170 and got a lead of around about 200. And although Essex batted better,
it was the last wicket stand of that game.
Yes,
as well.
yes. So there have been similarities actually between the two games.
Yeah,
again, Essex not getting enough runs in the first innings.
Ollie Hannon-Dobby's approach was a bit different to that game to his one in this game. He was hitting sixes in this game. It was just block, 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 but it was very effective. 24 for 1 then. And 3 slips in place. 7 overs bowled. The overs are pretty immaterial. I don't know whether the over rate might be an issue for Essex, as Cook comes into bowl to Rhodes, and there's a quick ball, and Rhodes just turns it around, just playing across it, turns it around to mid-wicket for no run. Bit of pace in that delivery from Cook. Be frustrated that this scoreboard is saying -2 for their over rate, so that is something that Essex may have to look at some point.
Harmer might come on earlier than expected.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll be in conversation, Skip have been in conversation with the umpires about whether any of that can come off. Cook into bowl, and that's solidly defended again by Rhodes. Remains 24 for 1.
Well, now Lawrence is so square at third slip. I'm almost inclined to call him a gully now. Sort of getting squarer and squarer in that position.
Whoa. Why were you bloody doing it? What's happened there? Sugar. Sorry, you lost us for a while. I don't know how long you did lose us for, but hopefully we're back. 24 for 1 here are Warwickshire as Cook comes into bowl to Yates, and that's turned round to mid-wicket. They'll get a quick single. Yeah. And that takes a score to 25 for 1.
It's quarter of the way to the target. Interesting and varied comments from Jim Smith on our email, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, talking about Ben Allison and Aaron Beard. Disappointed in Doug Bracewell's return with the bat so far, and that has been a bit disappointing. I think generally we might have expected a bit more than he's produced so far.
Cook in then to bowl, and that's run down to third by Yates. It's been chased, but it'll go all the way to the boundary for 4. Cook can't quite believe it. Frustration for him. Hint of an edge, but it was played down by Yates, and it's 29 for 1. I don't know how long you were without us, but the 1 wicket to 4. Alex Davis, LBW to Cook for 1. That was 10 for 1. It's now 29 for 1.
I don't think too long, because haven't had any contact saying where are we, so hopefully not too long. Yes, and you also talk about Grant Roloffson, who of course has been signed by Gloucestershire, I think, for the T20, and who on the face of it was such an outstanding batsman in the 50-over competition last year, but he could well have been challenging for a place had he wanted it in all formats.
Cook in to bowl. Yates plays that to point for a dot ball. 71 required by Warwickshire.
And you allude to the fact that Bracewell wasn't the first choice overseas player. Yes, the Essex game plan for the season, I think they had the sort of the rug pulled from under their feet, if you like, with that injury, which affected their preferred Australian overseas signing.
Cook to bowl, and that's driven to mid-off, and they'll get through for a single. They have to run quickly. There's a shy at the stumps. It's a well-judged run in the end. Rose had to run round the, rather Yates had to run round the bowler, but still had time to get there. End of the over. It's 30 for 1. I'm Clive Vick and Nick Ledell with you, and I'm just going to make way for Grace. Do a little stint.
Yes, certainly the problem for Essex this season is their original game plan was affected by that, and that hasn't given them what they really wanted, which is just basically an all-rounder, someone who can bat him a top 6 and be one of your frontline seamers. 30 for 1. Here's Porter. Bowls, and that's a delivery which is just outside the off stump, and Yates just hands his bat inside the line of it, and there is no run. So welcome back, Grace, and Warwickshire will be fairly happy, although it's not been straightforward, but they'll be fairly happy with 30 for 1.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, bit of a reckless shot from Alex Davis early
Odd
on
shot,
to lose that
yeah.
first wicket. Not too sure what the thought process was there, but yeah, Porter and Sam Cook both look really impressive early doors, but it's a difficult task for them, isn't it?
2 slips waiting. It's played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, Will Sutherland, he was sort of developing still as a batsman. He had a relatively low average, but he just started to get quite big runs in the Shield, and batting at 6, I think he was, for Victoria, and sort of knocking sides over in the company of Scott Boland. Of course, we've seen him at Test Arena. Looked a very, very astute overseas signing, and that's played defensively up into the offside. That would have given Essex a number 6. Would have had the keeper batting at 7, Harmer at 8, and then you'd have had 3 more seamers. Of course, Essex now with the problem that they don't have anyone in the top 6 who can bowl seam. Say the closest thing they've had in terms of players who previously played, Paul Walter. Yes, I mean, he basically hasn't bowled a lot in first-class cricket. A little bit more on the white ball. 30 for 1. And Porter bowls, and that's again just a defensive shot by Yates going back down the pitch. I take Clive's point about the fact that maybe you feel you've got to sort of score runs while you can on this pitch, but it was a very odd choice of shot, that, given he'd been fortunate to escape the previous delivery.
Yeah, absolutely, and excuse me, especially to Sam Cook, who has been bowling well, and he's looked pretty dangerous, hasn't he? It just seemed, I don't know, it just seemed to be unnecessary, to be perfectly honest with you.
Certainly if it had been a chase of 180, I think there'd been big questions in the Warwickshire dressing room, but that's outside the off stump, and there's no run. With a chase of 100, it shouldn't be that significant either way. But yes, Grant Rollison, certainly worth a mention. Remember actually talking about him when we did our review of the 2022 season on our Around the Wicket programme on BBC Essex, which airs on a Wednesday evening between 6 and 7. And Porter will bowl again. 5 saving 1 and 2 slips. He bowls, and that's just a defensive shot again from Yates. Watching just settle down here, realising that okay, they can try and play some flashy shots, but they've got 5 sessions here. It's got to get 100. It sort of makes common sense just to not give things away. 30 for 1, Yates 17 and Rhodes 6.
Can bat pretty far down here, can't they, this Warwickshire lineup? I'm just having a look, would you say?
Yes, I mean, one of the question marks about Essex, Harmer, you can debate whether he's a 7. I think he potentially is, but he bats as well as he did today. But they don't actually have at the moment someone who can deliver as a number 8, which is what you really want if Harmer's at 7.
Cook then to continue bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handers, and that one's driven dead straight by Rhodes beautifully. I'm not sure it will race away for 4, but they'll get a couple for it, and they do, as Critchley gives chase, and it's 2 runs for Rhodes.
Whereas, look at Warwickshire, they've got Burgess coming in at 7. He made that match-winning 100 last year. And Danny Briggs has really developed as a batsman at 8. And of course, Hassan Ali's not particularly known as a batsman, but his 53 not out is looking a very big 53 not out at the moment from the Warwickshire first innings.
Absolutely. Can't forget Hannon Dolby's 2 big 6s as well, of course.
Yes.
In at number 11 is Cook's in again, and this is 2 straight and 2 straight, and it's turned into the leg side beautifully by Rhodes, and that one will race away for 4, and that receives a loud applause from the Warwickshire supporters. They enjoyed that one.
Yeah, sense of pressure relief just in the last couple of overs. It's been a little bit less frenetic from Warwickshire. They played more orthodox cricket. I think just realising let's just see Porter and Cook off here. The only real risk is not really a Harmer pitch. He doesn't have enough runs to play with. The only sort of risks they could possibly have identified would have been Porter and Cook really getting among the wickets. They just looked to be a hint of that at the start, but now they've settled in quite well.
In comes Cook again, and this time he rectifies, bowling slightly back of the length, but that just comes off the edge of Rhodes' bat and just goes into the leg side gap for a single. Sense a bit of frustration from Sam Cook here.
Here's a bit of a good start to a bowling innings from Dane Patterson of Nottinghamshire. So Nottinghamshire 255 all out. That gave him a lead of 97. Joe Clark 76. 4 wickets for Taylor, 4 for Sales, but that's sort of been a little bit overshadowed by Dane Patterson, who has figures of 4 for 3, and Northampton 11 for 4 in their second innings.
Cook into Yates, and that's full and drivable ball, but Yates just can't quite get under it. They go straight to extra cover. I feel like he might have missed out on a scoring shot there.
Stuart Broad not playing in that one. Obviously, the fact he hasn't got Jimmy Anderson in the opposition, maybe persuade him otherwise. Sounds like Jimmy Anderson's played 1 game too many for Lancashire. Maybe Broad wise not to be playing this one, but Nottinghamshire still have a pretty strong seam attack, and I don't think they're going to win the championship or be threatening for it, but it looks like they can be a challenge on their day.
Cook bowls again full, and Yates goes for a drive, but just misses that one as it sails through to the keeper.
And they are Essex's next opponents at Trent Bridge starting on Thursday, so be interesting to see. Well, maybe Stuart Ward will come back for that one. I'm not sure. There's still a little while to go before the Ireland Test. But yes, it'll be interesting to see what sort of pitch. It was quite a green top last time out when the sides met.
Cook in, last ball of the over straight, and again driven by Yates. It looked like they were going to get a single, but mid-off got round nicely to prevent any runs being taken from the final ball of the over.
Yeah, much more orthodox cricket from Warwickshire just in the last few minutes, just settling down, sort of just not worrying too much about being over aggressive, because every run just makes a little bit more comfortable here, and they're certainly going to go clear at the top at least for a while, till they, but I say, to see basically how Middlesex can make a fist of things when they get the chance to bat again, which should be fairly soon, because Surrey are 325 for 8, leading by 116. But they do bat an awful long way down, do Surrey. Sean Abbott is 36 not out. And that's always a sign of a very strong side. You've got batting at least down to number 9, and they certainly have that. Here's Porter, 5 overs for 11, going round the wicket and bowling. And that's just played defensively up into the odd side. So that's the sort of the story for Essex, Grace. They wanted to have Will Sutherland, who would have been a genuine all-rounder, someone who can bat at number 6, and he could have been one of the opening bowlers. I mean, he would have been challenging Porter and Cook, which would have been difficult for him. And Doug Bracewell, a useful change bowler, and he's got wickets in this match, but hasn't really delivered with a bat, and that's affected the balance of the side, which Warwickshire sold with Barnard. I'll come back to you on that after this ball, and that's just played defensively by Rhodes up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Another good example of a player balancing a side was Colin de Grandhomme of Lancashire, who could bat 6 or 7, probably a batting all-rounder, sort of fiddling, four-seamer, come and bowl some overs, keep an end tight. Essex don't quite have that at the moment, and that's just affecting the balance of the side. Short mid-wicket, 2 slips, and this is steered off an open face, just wide of Bracewell, out towards extra cover, and they scamper through for a single, but pretty comfortable in the sunshine for Warwickshire, 38 for 1, and the target is just 100, so 62 to get. It's so useful, isn't it, to have such a person who, can sometimes maybe not just qualify as either a batsman or bowler of their own right, but the combination of the two skills, the fact that they can do both, obviously very, very useful indeed. Porter round the wicket, bowls, and that's edged and taken by Harmer at second slip. That was all very straightforward. It was a nice delivery from Porter, just drew Yates forward, edged and caught low by Harmer at second slip. Possibly too late for Essex. That partnership has done pretty well, but a second wicket has gone down at 38, 62 needed, and in the end a fairly simple slip catch, and it's just a question, I guess, whether Essex can dramatically sort of repeat something like that Rushworth over we saw on the opening day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Warwickshire will be pretty confident here. I mean, they've got 62 to get an 8 wickets and pretty much a day and a half to do it, so they'll be feeling good. But yeah, these two have bowled pretty well. Don't know, I think Robbie Yates looks slightly tentative today, unfortunately. I think he ended up losing that battle. Couple words said.
I thought he was just settling down, and then got a very good ball from Porter, which he couldn't do much with. But I thought he was just settling down a little bit. But he had been striking against Porter, and he obviously has had a difficult game against him. Well, now here's Sam Haines, so on the face of it from Warwickshire, it's the end of all their problems if Sam Haines coming out to bat. I suppose it would be a massive fillip for Essex if they could get rid of him straight away.
He's a fine player, isn't he, Sam Haines?
Yeah, overlooked. And we talked about the fact he does tend to be someone who has purple patches of form, and he has the opposite as well when he goes out of form. But he's certainly had a very good season so far for Warwickshire, and just needs to occupy the crease and basically plays it in his normal fashion. The runs will come.
Absolutely. I think he's one of the most underrated players on the circuit,
Yeah.
actually. He's just consistently scored runs.
He does.
In difficult situations for so long.
Good player, and can Essex, well, just give themselves that fillip by possibly get him out quickly. Anyway, here's Porter to bowl to him, and he gets a good ball first up, which he plays it outside the off stump, and it goes through the pepper. It was a nice piece of bowling. So Essex, assuming they do go on to lose this game, a sort of slight feeling that the season, they're sort of ending up with the same problem of a sort of slight lack of balance in the side, which they often had just 3 seamers last year playing in games, and this year they've gone with 4. I think the main reason for that is protect the bowlers with a heavy workload. But it's sort of creating different problems. Not so much at Canterbury on very flat pitches, but where the pitches aren't flat, it has exposed the batting, as this is played defensively by Payne up into the offside, and there is no run. Clearly on a pitch like that, Canterbury one, you'd expect the top 6 to deliver, but there have been tougher pitches that they've played on this year, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of surface they get at Trent Bridge with that strong Nottinghamshire seam attack. There are some good seam attacks around in Division 1 this year. Hayne, no score. Rhodes, 14. 38 for 2, and a wicket apiece to Cook and Porter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a difficult one for head coaches talking about balances of sides, because it's all well and good saying, well, we need another batter in the middle order, but if the top order aren't performing, it is almost then the bowlers and the bowling all-rounders that take the brunt of it. And I think quite often the batters don't perform, so it's a bowler that gets dropped and a batter that gets picked.
I mean, if you look at the Essex figures this season, it suggests that certainly that they're getting good runs out. Tom Wesley's had a pretty good season so far. Dan Lawrence made a very fast start, hasn't quite capitalised on it since then. Matt Critchley has been a model of consistency, but they haven't particularly got runs out of the wicketkeeper, whoever it's been. Going to have a change of ball here, I think. Yeah, Wesley averaging just on 46. I think these figures don't include this match, so Wesley having got 47 in the first innings, and 28 in the second, that's not going to be too damaged. But yeah, I mean, you're pretty good return from him and from Critchley. So that fast start from Lawrence, and a little bit more disappointing after that. Right, I'm going to hand over to Phil at 38 for 2 with Hayne, no score, and Rhodes on 14. I think we are getting a change of ball.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of decisions being made from the umpires, but they have finally settled on a ball. So they hand it to Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. Crowd starting to get slightly busier here as Warwickshire fans come in for what they should expect to see. A pretty convincing Warwickshire win, Phil.
Well, yeah. You would think chasing 100, it shouldn't be too difficult.
You'd hope so.
The clouds are all gone. It's beautiful, clear blue skies. It's looks like the West Indies, doesn't it? The skies. It's you wouldn't think earlier in the day it was overcast. There wasn't any blue sky about. It's forecasters got it absolutely spot on.
In comes Cook, number 16, on his back to Rhodes, who gets behind that nicely and defends it.
It's amazing, though, how you can make 100 runs difficult to get, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just a couple early
there's
wickets.
still some twists and turns along the way, one would think. The conditions probably now best throughout the whole match for batting. And Warwickshire just got to be careful. That was a good ball, which got rid of Yates.
Cook's in again, and this is slightly back of a length, and Rhodes just guides that one to the third man boundary to rotate the strike and bring Sam Hayne, who also wears number 16 on his back, against Sam Cook.
Not quite sure about the Davies shot, but still, put that one down to over enthusiasm, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to be watching that one back on the replays, really.
No. I would suggest a dark corner of the dressing room for 20 minutes might be the best, and the captain's in the middle, so get changed and be ready to go. Especially if, should Warwickshire not win this game.
2 slips in for Sam Hayne as this is bowled straight, and Hayne gets behind it and defends it to mid-on, who comes around and prevents any runs being taken.
Quite a few people in the ground this afternoon. Probably by far the biggest crowd we've had during the match. And we were really busy at lunchtime in the museum today. It's been fairly quiet the first 2 days, but today a lot of people came in, which was really good.
Cook bowls again in back of the length, turned into the leg side by Hayne, but square leg is in. Standing next to the umpire, so Another dot ball.
39 for 2. Warwickshire requiring a further 62 to win. And 101 the target, isn't it? Or is it 100?
I think it's 100 exactly.
Oh, it's 100 exactly, is it, to win? So, it's even better, 61 to win. Sam Hayne, who's got over 400 runs this season.
And this one's again short by Cook. Looked like a bit of movement tailing in there as Hayne lets that one go past, leaving on length there as it sails through to the keeper.
So you're not playing at all this weekend?
I'm not, no. Got some T20 warm-up games Monday and Wednesday, but a rare weekend off.
I can say you don't get too many, do you? It's a lovely weekend and you've got no cricket. All the weekend is rained, you've had matches.
It's Cook bowls and brings Hayne into a defensive stroke, and it's the end of the over. A good one from Sam Cook. Warwickshire 39 for 2.
I don't think our village team have played yet this season. I think every single match in the league has been abandoned for either the pitches have been unfit or it's rained.
Well, I'm sure they'll be playing today.
Well, I'm hoping so, although we've had an awful lot of rain during the week, so depends what the ground's like. Because a number of times where you go and you think, well, we're going to play today, there's no problem, but the ground's so wet. And of course they don't have all these covers and things which a professional game has. This is the first ball of a new over from Porter, his 7th, and this first ball is run away through the vacant gully down to third man, where Lawrence does the fielding. He's got a cap which is, looking at it, he's had for a while. I would suggest that cap he's wearing, it's faded into a lighter blue colour. There's another piece of equipment is brought out for this time for Michael Pepper, who has had a helmet, so he's going to stand up to Porter, particularly for Hayne, who does like to use his feet. He did this in the first innings, and in fact, one take, he extremely good. I think it was yesterday. He very nearly got it stumping, standing up off the quickies. Porter in bowls. Hayne is turned a bit square on, looking to play it into the onside. Gets a bit of a leading edge, which runs back to the bowler, and there's no run. Shane Snater is going through warm-ups at mid-on, so may see him into the attack fairly soon. This was, I think, where Warwickshire's advantage was, having the 4 seamers on this wicket. They were able to do it. In comes Porter. This is turned away nice. So there'll be runs here, possibly 2 for Hayne. Turned off his hip down to deep backward square leg, and they get back for 2 as Lawrence had to run around from long leg, but couldn't prevent the second run. 42 for 2. Hayne off the mark. He's on 2. Rhodes on 16.
Just noticed they're very white, aren't they? The Essex shirts. They're like, you know, like that almost false white.
Yeah, yeah. England had a period wearing those. I don't think they wear them now. They do look like a false white rather than a cricket white. They don't look a cricket white, do they?
They don't match the trousers either.
No. And this one is played solidly back to straight back up the wicket by Hayne. Good length ball, and brings Hayne forward. Hayne has quite an awkward looking forward defensive shot, but that one particularly was solidly out the middle of the bat. 42 for 2, 58 more required. No, the trousers, or we used to call them flannels, they're not flannels anymore. This one sees Hayne go across and run it away and to the offside. They're sort of much more of a, you wouldn't call them cream, but they're going towards a creamy white, aren't they? And but the shirts are really brilliant white.
Don't actually mind the colour of the shirts, but I'm not enjoying the difference between the shirts and the trousers.
If you'd like to send your complaint in to Essex County Cricket Club. This one, Hayne turns away off his hip behind square. He'll just amble through for the single. Bracewell comes round from mid-wicket, does the fielding. Hayne will retain the strike. He's on 3. Rhodes is on 16. It's 43 for 2. 57 more runs required for Warwickshire to get their 3rd win of the season. And we are going to see a change of bowling, the first change of this innings. Sam Cook coming out the attack, and Shane Snater in. Shane Snater, who got 3 wickets on the first innings. He started, that's right, after lunch yesterday, he started the Warwickshire collapse. Warwickshire batted the whole of the morning session without losing a wicket yesterday, and then lost 2 immediately after he got rid of Hayne, and then Dan Mosley went as well, and Snater got both wickets and started off, put Warwickshire from a very strong position at lunch to really tumble into a period where they'd lost 7 wickets for 68 runs.
Well, Warwickshire will be hoping he's less dangerous in this innings as he comes in for his first delivery, right arm over the wicket, and it's full and left alone by Hayne. Doesn't miss the stumps by too much, but it was an assured leave by Sam Hayne, and pretty sharp that with the keeper standing up.
You've got to admire these keepers. Their glove work is, standing up to. He's not electric pace, Snater, but he's quick enough. You wouldn't, standing up. You don't get much of a view. If the batsman goes across and covers his off stump, you really have to have quick reflexes and reactions.
As in again, and this one straighter and forces Hayne forward a half appeal by the Essex players, but you sense there's a bit of bat first there. It's the 2 slips in play for Snater.
I think one of the, just going back to the crowd being much heavier, I think quite a lot of people at the members area, rather than being this Arctic conditions at the pavilion end, have gone down to enjoy the subtropical sunshine down at the Birmingham end of the ground.
Snater bowls, and this is on the stumps and squares Hayne up into a defensive stroke. Yeah, I mean, there haven't been many days of sunshine thus far, have there, this summer, so...
This is a magnificent pavilion which has been, and the facilities are superb. The only thing, being critical of it, and there's nothing they could do about it because of its position, is that watching the cricket outside on the seats outside is any time of the year it is freezing cold.
Snater bowls again and again left alone by Hayne.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty hardy to sit out there. You've got middle of July, August, even last summer in all that heat that people were still wearing top coats when they came out to watch the cricket. And yet the other end, they're there in the sun, shirts off, looking like they've had a month in the Caribbean, enjoying their holidays. Really is a contrast.
Snater bowls again, and this one slightly wider and left again by Hayne. 3 not out, Sam Hayne. Will Rhodes at the other end, 16 not out.
Well, they don't need to do anything rash, do they?
No.
All they need to do is wait, and there'll be enough deliveries come along which they can nurdle or hit the loose balls away, and just make sure they do nothing so they'll put this at risk.
Final ball of the over is full and turned into the leg side. It was 2 full by Snater and just got a touch too straight, and that races away for 4 through the mid-wicket region. It's exactly what they need to do there.
Yep.
Hayne let the good balls go, and then keeping it simple. One got 2 full, and it's gone to the boundary.
Yep, exactly what we were saying. Just wait for them. They're going to come. Even top-class cricketers such as these cannot bowl every ball after ball after ball on the spot, and the bad ones will come, and you just got to tuck them away. And when you've only got a small target, and a day and a half's cricket ahead of you, then there is absolutely no rush at all. So 47 for 2. Hayne with that one moves on to 7. Rhodes is on 16, and we are going to see Bracewell into the attack. I think Bracewell coming in for his first bowl of the second innings. He got 4 for 51 in the first innings. Had a really good spell after lunch. This first ball is turned away to deep mid-wicket by Rhodes, and they jogged the single. So all it will be, there's a man out there on the cover boundary, on the mid-wicket boundary rather. Rhodes moves to 17. Yes, he came back on for his second spell after lunch, and then got wickets in 4 consecutive overs, which he bowled yesterday. Sort of took out the lower middle order, got rid of Rhodes as well, who'd been batting well, who got top scored. This one is left outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Looking pretty comfortable here, isn't he? Pretty much immediately, Sam Hain. I mean, he always does, but just seems to be leaving very well outside the off stump.
Well, he was top run scorer for Warwickshire last season. Got over 1,000 runs in the Championship, and he started this season in just a similar form. This one he pushes into the onside. He thinks about a single, sets off, but Will Rhodes just never interested, and just shouts no. Back goes Hain. Hain's got this ability, though, in all formats of cricket. He's extremely good in white ball cricket, and he's been able to bring that form into red ball. He did struggle for a little while in red ball cricket after a promising start. This one outside the off stump, he has no shot to it, and it goes through to Pepper. Yeah, he started off in a terrific manner. He still holds the record as the youngest Warwickshire centurion and double centurion, both scored against Northamptonshire. Then he had a little bit of a flat spell in red ball. His white ball's always been good, but he's back now with a bang, and has been. Waits and very late little push away backward point for a single, and jogs it through. 49 for 2. Hain on to 8. The ground staff have got the luxury today to know that they will not now have to do anything else with the covers, the hover cover. They can sit there and enjoy the sunshine and just wait now. This one is short and whipped away down to deep square, deep mid-wicket for another single. The applause you can hear from the partisan home crowd is for the Warwickshire 50, which has come up after 15 overs. And Warwickshire trail by 49. They are exactly halfway to their target.
Yeah, you speak about the ground staff, and they've had, well, not just here, but all the grounds have had tough opening couple months, haven't they? And imagine they have to work very hard, the amount of games they have on here at Edgbaston in the summer.
Yes, and this summer's been a difficult one for them. The amount of rain they've had, getting grounds fit and ready. Because you're not just working on the wicket you're playing on. You've got to do all the other wickets which you've got into your plan. So it's all of them need care and attention.
Snater will begin his second over to Will Rhodes, and this first ball just played a miss by Will Rhodes. Looks like it might have done something there, and it sails through to the keeper.
That's the spot, and had Rhodes really reaching for that one. He comes down and has a look at beaten by a ball outside the off stump through to the keeper. Next Saturday, it's the double header here of the T20. The Blast on Warwickshire will be playing. There'll be 2 matches on.
Snater bowls, and this is attempted to be pushed down to the third man fielder, but doesn't quite get it fine enough, and it goes to point, and Will Rhodes cannot rotate the strike on that delivery.
Yes, it's we hope for a day similar to the one we have now would be ideal. Tickets have gone well, but there are still tickets available.
I think the weather forecast is pretty good for this week, actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Better than it has been anyway.
We should get your games in as well.
I hope so. as Snater's in, and that is another play and a miss from Will Rhodes. He just seems to be hitting a pretty nagging length here, Snater. So Will Rhodes takes a walk towards square leg.
There's no electric pace with him, but he bobbles a nice line and length, and he's drawing the left-hander forward and just beating them on the outside as it goes through. So 50 for 2, and Hayne 8, Rhodes 18.
Snater in again, and this time left alone by Will Rhodes outside the off stump. Third man and fine leg, the only two players out on the boundary. 2 slips, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a square leg in, slightly in front of square for the left-handed Will Rhodes. As he awaits next delivery. And that one he's forced to play out, he just turns it into the leg side, but I think that must be Daniel Lawrence in mid-wicket. Looks like him from here, Phil.
Well, just fielded that. Yep, it is.
Yeah. Does Dan Lawrence ever turn his arm over in red ball cricket? He certainly does in white ball cricket.
I haven't got my... If he does, it's not much. It's this season, I don't think he has.
Snater goes short and too short, and that races away to the leg side boundary, and just slightly off his mark there, Snater, which just relieves the pressure at the end of a good over, and that brings Warwickshire up onto 54.
But just as per the last over, a good over, sport by the last ball, which has been dispatched for 4. Sam Hayne did it in the last over, and now Will Rhodes has picked that one up and hit it away cleanly. And really, he's got to make every run. He's got to make them really work for them, and they've been given a couple of relatively easy boundaries over the last couple of overs.
Right, I'm going to make way for Clive, Phil.
Okay, Grace, thank you very much. So, Bracewell will continue at the Birmingham end. He's got 2 slips, and then a couple of men out on the cover and long leg boundary, and the third man in place. This first ball, Hayne has nothing to do with it. Goes through to the keeper. There's a man at short extra cover, just on the check drive. Man sweeping out on the cover boundary, but with so few runs to play with here, Tom Westley really hasn't got too many options. He's just got to hope that his bowlers can get him back into the game. This one is left by Hayne. Welcome back to Clive.
Yeah, Warwickshire getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, we were just saying that they don't have to do anything except really wait for the bad ball to come along. And we've seen the last couple of overs, there's a ball there which they've been able to get onto, and in fairness to them, they've latched into it pretty much straight as soon as it's been on offer. Bracewell comes charging in, bowls, and Hayne is uncertain about this one. He gets back to it, it drops down into his pads. He doesn't know where it's gone, and he looks round and realises it's by his back foot.
It's a good job it didn't roll onto the stumps. That would have really annoyed the bowler because it was a no ball.
So 56 for 2.
As I said before, I know it's easy to play the game up here, but when you're protecting 100, you really cannot afford to bowl no balls.
No. He comes again and bowls, and Hayne just gets up on his toes, jumps almost to play the shot and run it away into the offside, where Critchley does the fielding. Critchley, in the first innings, had that 1 over before lunch, and I thought he actually got the ball. He troubled them a little bit, but he never had another bowl, I don't think. He just had that 1 over. I just wonder whether he might just try something different. This one beats Hayne. Lovely delivery from Bracewell. Beats Hayne, who was sort of leaning forward and just pushing at the ball, and then practices what was not a particularly authoritative shot. 44 or more runs required for Warwickshire, 8 wickets required for Essex. As Bracewell comes in bright sunshine, bowls Hayne again across his stumps and jabbing the ball out to Critchley, out at short extra cover.
To answer Grace's question, Dan Lawrence hasn't bowled this season, but he's bowled,
He has bowled a bit
over
yeah.
the years. 1,432 deliveries in first-class cricket. He's got 20 wickets.
Bracewell finishing off his second over. It's tucked away out to that cover boundary. He'll just get the single this time. The man posted out for that shot, but Hayne retains the strike. Warwickshire knock another single off the required rate, and it's 57 for 2. Hayne has moved on to 9, 22 to Rhodes.
He's actually got 3 test wickets to his name, Dan Lawrence, but hasn't bowled this season. So 57 for 2, Warwickshire just 43 runs away. Be watchful for a bit, I guess. Once they get within striking distance, they'll look to wrap it up as quickly as they can. So another decent performance for Warwickshire, perhaps not quite the complete performance they produced against Hampshire, but it's been decent. Snater comes in to bowl to Hayne with 2 slips in place. Wicketkeeper standing up, and nips back a bit, well taken there behind the stumps by Pepper. It remains 57 for 2.
How would you compare the two sides, Essex and Hampshire, Clive?
Well, I wasn't at the Hampshire
game.
Oh,
you weren't there. It
was
Richard, wasn't it? Sorry, it was Richard. Yeah, it's not a fair question, is it?
Snater comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's pushed out back to the bottom. There do seem to be quite good attacks in the first division, don't there? Hampshire got a decent attack.
Yeah.
Sorry, obviously have. Warwickshire's attack looks a lot more potent this season, and Essex attack looks decent as well.
Yeah, you're right, because Nottinghamshire got a good attack, a useful attack as well.
I'll do an update in a moment. Snater in, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. So, 57 for 2. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are closing in on victory here, set exactly 100 to win. They are 57 for 2. They haven't found batting easy against a decent attack, and they have lost the 2 wickets. Rob Yates managed to avoid a king pair, albeit surviving a very loud appeal off the first ball of the innings. He went on to make 17 before Porter got him to edge to Harmer, and he went for 17. Alex Davis, LBW to Cook for 1, but Will Rose continued his good form from the first innings, having to work hard for it, but he's on 22, and Sam Hayne is on 9, and Warwickshire should be able to see this through. They are 57 for 2. But, one there that beats the bat outside off stump.
Snater now, see if he can finish this over off with a good ball. His previous 2 overs, that last delivery has just been a little loose and allowed Warwickshire, both Hayne and Rhodes, to get into it and ruin overs with boundaries.
In comes Snater to bowl. Oh, that's a 4 defensive, there's no run. Surrey got a 3rd batting point. They're 359 for 9 now. It's 150 ahead of Middlesex. Will be under big pressure when they come to bat. 3rd innings of the match. If Surrey and Warwickshire both win, and assuming Surrey don't get a 4th batting point, they'll be 3 points above Warwickshire at the top of the table. Warwickshire started this match 10 points ahead of Essex, so they'll move to 26 ahead of Essex if they win. Hampshire still got a decent chance of winning their match, and they picked up some batting points as well. Well, 1 batting point so far. May get more.
It's Bracewell in, bowls, Rhodes goes back and cuts this one away through the covers along all the cut strips of the square and out to the cover boundary for 4. one of the ground staff, Davey, comes running around and does the fielding and lobs it back. And Warwickshire move on to 61 for 2. Rhodes moves to 26. That was a nice shot.
Hampshire started 14 points behind the top 2. So the way things are going at the moment, if Essex lose this, they'll probably be down into 4th place, because likely they'll stay ahead of Middlesex, unless Middlesex manage to eke out a draw from their match.
Here's Bracewell in again. Rhodes turns this one away through mid-wicket. He'll certainly get 1. They're going to come back for 2. It was a little bit of a rush for Hayne running to the danger end, but he gets there comfortably in the end. So Warwickshire picking up a good start to this in over 63 for 2.
Actually, I didn't factor in Nottinghamshire in that equation, because they look as if they've got a decent chance of winning their game, so they may move above Essex as well. What about Lancashire?
Bracewell is in Hilton. Ball runs here for Rhodes, flicked down to fine leg for 1.
I'd say Lancashire's match is a likely draw, so Essex would stay ahead of them probably.
That's going to leave Kent down the bottom.
Yes, and they are, well, they might still hang on for a draw, I guess, but at the moment they're getting well beaten by Hampshire. But Northants, who only started 1 point ahead of Kent, are also in trouble at the moment against Nottinghamshire.
Here's Bracewell in bowls, and this one is caught behind an outside edge from Hayne. A good low diving catch from Pepper, and Sam Hayne has gone for 9. Warwickshire have lost their 3rd wicket. Again, just trying to dab it and run it away, and getting an outside edge, which flew very low to the keeper, but it's Essex still in there. They've got their 3rd wicket, 64 for 3.
Warwickshire haven't won this one yet, lost 5 wickets for 7 runs at one point in the first innings. If that were to happen now, it will get very interesting. 36 required. I'm
going to bring Nick in now for the probably to finish off through with you, Clive.
You're expecting Essex to take 7 wickets very quickly then, are you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. 64 for 3. So just keeps it in. What it does do, of course, you've seen these situations quite a lot, it will just frustrate Essex a bit. They'll just be saying, only we got 30 more runs, we'd be right in this now. As it is, with 36 required, Warwickshire shouldn't be panicking yet.
No. I mean, seeing the back of Hayne is something that not many sides have done actually this season, so it's a bit of an achievement in itself. But Rhodes has batted nicely, and I think it's well, it's going to need 2 more wickets more or less straight away. So it's something like the Rushworth over on day 1. But it's one of those situations where 170, 180 chase would have been quite awkward on this, even with the sunshine.
Yeah.
So Bracewell with 2 slips. Mosley's come in. There's a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a square leg, and a fine leg and a 3rd man, both on the boundary in bright sunshine. As he bowls, and Mosley here, first of all, not quite sure where the ball has gone. Rhodes knows where it is and has come through for a single, and is halfway down the pitch before Mosley's actually set off. I think it was mainly off glove in the end, but it was an uncomfortable start for him, and he had to be assured by his partner that he ought to be running to the other end, because there was a run there which is well spotted by Rhodes. So it is credited as a single to Mosley, but more of a moral victory for the bowler. 65 for 3, 35 required. And here is Bracewell again. This is edged, and it's caught. 2 wickets. We're talking about wickets falling in a hurry. And Bracewell, who's had a quiet match with the bat, has done pretty well with the ball. And he's got Mosley up, the new batsman, up to the other end, and he's got the in-man Rhodes caught behind. So 65 for 4 with the 2 set batsmen out. And just a little bit of a chance here for Essex. And Bracewell coming up with the goods here. That was a ball which just nipped away, found the edge, and nicely taken by Pepper.
Might be down to Hassan Ali and Ollie Hine-Dolby did a few 6s at the end of the innings, but Will Rhodes goes for 29 off 30 balls, so he's contributed well with the bat. This game will be going off a little bit nervous, thinking, for goodness sake, see the job through. He's having a word now with the new batter, Ed Barnard. And just explaining what's happening out there. It's tantalisingly close, Warwickshire, but 6 wickets only left, 35 more required. Time, of course, is not an issue.
No.
I mean, they won't, but if they had to come back tomorrow,
well, I think we're more likely to get a tea interval now. We're just discussing it off air, weren't we, whether we're going to get a tea interval or not. But I think with a bit of nerves around, it's quite likely we might get one now.
So, Ed Barnard, the new batter, to the crease, and a couple of wickets in and over there for Doug Bracewell, who now has 6 in the match.
Yeah, I mean, Bracewell disappointed with the bat so far. He averages 26 in first-class cricket, so he's really underperformed with the bat on a fairly limited number of innings from Essex, obviously, but he'll want to do better than that. But certainly shown what he can do with the ball as a change bowler, and he has done that effectively on a couple of occasions in this game.
So Snater will bowl the next over to Mosley, who's got 1 run to his name. Barnard made 28 in the first innings. If he could make 28 in the second innings, then that would just about do it for Warwickshire. But Snater comes in to bowl to Mosley with 2 slips. Mosley takes a little step down the pitch and turns it around a square leg. There's a tumbling stop. There's a bit of a spring in the step of the Essex fielders now. They prevent a run there. They're going to make every run hard to come by. It's 65 for 4 Warwickshire, requiring another 35 to win.
The curious thing is Simon Harmer has made a contribution with the bat, a very important one, you know, in terms of, you know, the possibility of Essex causing a sensation here. They'll be looking back at Harmer's innings, but of course he's just bowled 8 overs for 8 in the first innings and may not bowl this time.
Wicket keeper's come up. Mosey took a little step down the pitch for that previous delivery, so Snater's saying enough of that, and he's brought the wicket keeper up and comes in to bowl. So Mosey stays on his crease and just turns it around as pass. Not sure whether he got bat on it, but Warwickshire will gratefully accept the run, which has come in the form of a leg by. 66 for 4, 34 more required.
Yeah, that double wicket over from Bracewell has just caused a little bit of a flurry here in terms of wondering what's going on here, because actually Warwickshire had been looking pretty comfortable, I thought, up until that wicket of Hayne fell. There wasn't any great sort of sense that a lot of wickets were about to fall.
Snater now over the wicket to Barnard, who's driven that very nicely down the ground, and it's not going to go all the way. It'll be pulled in, but every run been applauded keenly by the home supporters. Tom Wesley fielding that well, and it's a couple of runs to Barnard to get off the mark. 68 for 4, 32 more required.
Yes, and that was a nice shot to calm the nerves. It was very well played, sending it back where it came from.
Snater running in again to bowl. That's left that time, well taken by wicketkeeper Pepper. 68 for 4. Northampton's getting into further trouble against Notts. 46 for 5 now, trailing by 51. So Notts look
to
have a decent chance of getting what will be a 20-point win there.
Be a few results, I think, in this round of games, despite the weather in the first couple of days.
Snater into bowl, and that's neatly just straight down the leg side slightly. Snater, and Barnard's helped the ball on its way to back a square leg for a single, and he moves on to 3 and takes the score to 69 for 4. They'll be counting them down in the dressing room now. 31 more required to win. 30 to tie. I'm still waiting for my first tie. I've been covering county cricket since far too long, and I still haven't seen a first-class tie. Maybe this will be the one. Snater comes in the ball, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I've come close a couple of times, but never quite seen a tie.
I don't think you want to see one today, particularly from a Warwickshire point of view, on the odds. But no, I mean, I'm sure, like me, you've seen them in the T20, particularly. Well, they're almost 10 a penny at some venues. When Essex goes to the Aegeus Bowl, you have one of the expected results of the tie, because it's normally that close. But yes, it's very good over that from Bracewell, and to say, one or two of our emailers disappointed with his return with the bat so far for Essex, but I tell you what, if he can win this game with the ball, it's going to make up for the fact he hasn't scored many runs so far. 69 for 4, 31 required. He's got 2 for 14, and he bowls, and that's pure for LBW. Maybe inside edge onto pad from Barnard as he was just pushing forward at that, but Bracewell is causing problems here.
There was a slightly second thought of it, but he started appealing in a fairly sort of sedate manner, and then it's almost as if he thought, actually, you know what, I think that's worth a good shout, and added a little bit more throttle to the voice, but it didn't persuade the umpire.
As here's Bracewell again, up to the wicket, bowls, drive, almost hit the stumps at the bowler's end, but didn't, and beats mid-on, at least 2. That's a perfect return, really, from Barnard's point of view, because there were 2 occasions where that ball might have been stopped, one by the stumps and one by mid-on, and it didn't happen on either occasion. They got back for the second run, 71 before, 29 required.
Yeah, should have been stopped at mid-on, really, shouldn't it?
Perhaps disappointed with the effort of the stumps and was put off.
Only cost a run, but and of course if a wicket comes next ball, you'll say it was because of me letting them get 1.
Yes, 2 slips waiting, as this next delivery, Barnard just plays a deft touch, really, with no power, just looking for the gap, which is just square into the offside for a single. Started nicely here, Barnard, 72 for 4. 100 is the target, so 150 plus would have been a real challenge on this surface, which has certainly offered more to the bowlers than the one we saw in the game last year between the 2 sides. But I say there have been a few common themes between this game and that one, not notably an Essex first innings collapse. And there have been 1 or 2 other similarities as well. Big late stands.
I wouldn't criticise Essex's approach with the bat today. They batted very positively. Didn't quite come off because they just lost wickets a little bit too quickly.
72 for 4 as here. This is played by Mosley. Just back of the square on the offside for a single, an angled back, controlled shot. 73 for 4. Yeah, I just felt when I came in today, Clive, I just felt we'd lost probably 2 wickets too many, at least 1 too many in that period late yesterday, where in an ideal world they wouldn't have come back on after tea for the light if it was almost against their interest that the light improved. They'd rather been batting this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I think the way they batted this morning, if they could have just been 8 wickets down by lunch, the way they batted, they would have been in a.
Absolutely. Here's Barnard. I must say he started very well, Barnard. Calmness personified out there, really, Clive, so far. They just run that down to 3rd man. Collects his 8th run. In fact, I think it's his 7th run, and it's a very, very comfortable and assured start. A sort of start that calms the dressing room. It might be getting a little bit twitchy. Right. 26 required, 74 for 4.
Pretty experienced player now. Played a lot of big one-day cricket with Worcestershire.
Yeah.
So he'll have been in tense situations. Certainly in the one-day game a few times.
Bracewell bowls to Mosley, who this time, takes that off the pad. Now, it's a little bit of bat there, which I think might have saved him, because he's right across his crease, looking to work it away through mid-wicket. I think got a bit of bat on that, because that, I think, could have been a big shout otherwise. Still asking questions here, Bracewell. 2 for 19. He's bowled well in 4 overs, 74 for 4. Mosley 2, Barnard 7, and 26 to get.
Yeah, he's 27 now, Barnard. This is his 97th first-class game, so he's played a lot of first-class cricket, really, for a player of his age, and plenty of white ball cricket, of course. So, Warwickshire 26 away. Of course, he's got a young bat at the opposite end in Dan Mosley. Warwickshire have got high hopes. In comes Snater to bowl. And that's edged and gone, I think, just short of the slip,
yes.
Gordon. And they don't get a run.
Pretty sure that bounced short of Alistair Cook there.
Let's see a replay of it. Let's have a look, see what happens. It was quite a good replay. Oh yeah, bounced well short.
Yep.
Slightly misfielded at slip, but bounced about halfway. Slip. Snater bowls, that's well wide and well taken by the wicket keeper. Barnard was interested. Barnard was interested in it, but decided in the end not to play a shot at it. 74 for 4, 26 required.
We just mentioned Cook. He's had a curious season so far. Sort of cameos. Sometimes looking very good when he's been at the crease and then getting out in the sort of 40s. A couple of relatively low scores in this game.
In comes Snater to bowl, and that's solidly defended by Barnard. There's no run.
And it may be his last match at Edgbaston when you think that he won't be involved, even if Essex make finals, they win the T20, he won't be involved in that, and Essex and Warwickshire are not in the same 50 over group. So it has been a important venue to him in his career. A couple of his biggest test innings played on this ground.
This next one, played back to there's no run. Is this his last season? Has that been said yet, or is it just?
I think it's the last year of a contract. I think my
Right.
understanding is at the moment. And obviously I'm sure you'll agree, he's made a very good impression in his media work. I'm particularly impressed with, he's obviously regarded now as a key analyst in some of the winter test coverage on television. And there's a big future for him there.
Snater into bowl, and that's played to back a square leg for a single. He's the sort of player, though, you enjoy watching, even when he doesn't make a big score. He didn't make a big score in the first innings, but he hit 2 lovely shots, really glorious shots in that first innings for his 13.
It will be quite interesting from an Essex perspective. He's available for the 50 overs because he was injured last year for that, but it wouldn't half be a benefit to the younger players who tend to play in that competition to have someone like Alistair Cook, playing in that particular side.
This next one is pushed out onto the onside. There's no run. He's get the second Essex innings, because he was about 19 runs away from 26,000 runs at the start of this match.
Well, he won't have got there yet, I'm afraid, but hopefully there's a Nottinghamshire game to come. Just mention actually, it was next week. It was a couple of sides, including Warwickshire, start their T20 campaign, but there were quite a lot of championship matches next week as well.
In comes Bracewell, and that's turned round to back a square leg for a single.
Yeah.
So he needed 29 runs, I think, at the start of this match. And he got, well, he might have made it actually. Yeah.
Did he? Oh, only 29, right.
26,000.
So that's another reason for it to be a happy ground, even if it is his last match here, but he's got a landmark here. 294 against India, 243 against the West Indies. His 2 big scores on this ground.
76 for 4.
Yeah, Bracewell going to bowl to Mosley. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg and third man. Bright sunshine at Edgbaston. That one's outside the off stump and left alone by Mosley. Just a little bit of calmness restored after the double wicket burst from Bracewell. Tea is meant to be at 4 o'clock. It's 3:22. So I imagine we could get to a situation where we get there and there's a couple of runs needed or something like that. But we'll wait and see what happens. I think it's a fixed tea break at 4 o'clock. 76 for 4. Mosley just puts his gloves back on after just seeing that last ball through to Pepper. Now the next one is played defensively, head over the ball up to mid-off. Settling in well here, just the 2 runs to his name, but calm approach, which Barnard has also shown has helped Warwickshire, and they'll be relieved it's not a chase of 160, 170.
They got it the over rate down to -1 now of Essex. They just need to get rid of that, make sure they don't lose any points.
Yeah, 76 for 4. And here Mosley plays a sort of a push drive. It's more than a defensive shot. He had his head over the ball there. He sort of went through with the stroke, but in the end it just went out with some pace to mid-on. But there's no run. There's 24 more runs required for a Warwickshire win, which for the time being at least will take them clear at the top of Division 1. And I'll wait to see what happens in other games. Gosh, the last wicket's down for Surrey against Middlesex, 380 for 9.
No, 380 all out.
Are they now? Right, so... but that still has been a last wicket stand. They put on at least 20. That's outside the off stump, and it goes on its way through to Pepper. So yeah, Surrey 380 all out, just coming up on my screen. So it's a big lead of 171, and unless that Middlesex top order fires, Surrey are going to win that game.
On 40 for the last wicket.
Yeah, well, I thought it was Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. I think they really do bat all the way down. Surrey. 76 for 4 as Bracewell bowls again, and this is driven nicely for 4 by Mosley. Got to the pitch of that and hit it into a gap between mid-on and square leg up to the mid-wicket boundary. And that was a fine shot to a slightly over-pitched delivery. Put it away well, with the target down to 20. 80 for 4, Mosley 6 and Barnard 9.
20 more required then for Warwickshire. Nice shot off his toes there from Mosley. And Warwickshire, we feel a little bit, sort of breathing a little easier in the change room after that little flurry where they lost 2 wickets in an over. Just put a scintilla of doubt into affairs, but they'll be feeling a bit more confident now. 15 added between these two. Snater comes in to bowl with 2 slips to Ed Barnard, who lets that one go.
Well, after Tom Alsop's career best in the Sussex innings of 182 not out, 430 all out, they've got Leicestershire 88 for 4. There's no Ollie Robinson in the side this time, but Flynn Hudson-Prentice has 3 for 8. So this could be a promotion season for Sussex. They've got basically a lot of the parts that they need are in place.
Snater in again, and it's just on the leg stump. It's played nicely enough by Barnard, but cut off at mid-on by a swiftly moving Sam Cook, and so it remains 80 for 4.
And I always like it when we get a bit of a typo on our live. Basically, if you look at the BBC cricket website, you'll get our which we occasionally contribute to with thoughts on the game, just basically reports on what's happening in all the games.
And this next one is a bit of an inside edge, and they're going for a run here. This could be tight. That, I think, would have been out if it had hit.
Yeah.
He was called through for a single there, was Mosley, by Barnard, who's now standing at the opposite end with his head in hands. I know it's a wicketkeeper standing with his head in hands, but Barnard would be a bit sheepish because he very nearly ran Dan Mosley out there, a direct hit, and I think he would have been struggling, but he got through for 181 for 4.
Yeah, that would have been, I think, curtains, and it would have been just when they really settle things down. There's only 19 to get now, but it would have been not what Warwickshire wanted.
Snater in, that's driven. That's a lovely shot from Dan Mosley for 4. Very nice, confident cover drive. So it was Ed Barnard actually was nearly run out. My apologies to him. It was actually Dan Mosley who nearly ran out to Ed Barnard, but then Mosley, by way of apology, has driven the next shot straight down the ground for 4, and it's 85 for 4, and there's 15 more required to win. So both these two, Snater comes, he's not wasting any time now, Snater. They're probably about that over 8 a little bit in mind, and perhaps on the pads is appeal. It's a polite appeal. It's a slightly truncated appeal, and it's not out. Both these teams play Notts next, albeit nearly a month apart. Essex at Trent Bridge starting next Thursday. Games come thick and fast, and Warwickshire at Trent Bridge from a Sunday start on the 11th of June. They'll be playing a little bit of hitting giggle before then. In comes Snater to bowl to Mosley, who lets that one go, taken at second attempt by Pepper. End of the over. Well, they nearly had a run at that over, but a lovely shot for 4 by Mosley means both batters are now double figures, are both on 10. 85 for 4. Warwickshire need 15 more to win.
Yes, Martin Emerson, our colleague covering Durham, wrote a piece, and the editor on the BBC Sport website, instead of putting Durham looking for win to cement place at the top of the table, put Yorkshire. Now, it has been changed since, but I was just wondering whether there's a new rule this season where Yorkshire get 45 points for a win, which they would have probably needed to do that, but maybe there is, I don't know. Yeah, that was just a bit of amusement, because I'm sure when Martin read that, he was horrified to see what had been written. But no, Durham going along nicely this season, and certainly compared to last year. So it's a good start for them, and say they're chasing 246. They're 65 for 1. Could make it even more problems for Yorkshire. Now, Simon Harmer, we were just talking about the fact that he'd been playing a fairly peripheral role with the ball in the game, in the sense that he's he bowled some tight overs, but he's now coming on, and he bowls, and that's hit. Oh, just uppishly, but through short leg, and they go through for a quick single. Barnard there wasn't too far away from Brown at short leg.
He got a bit of hand on it because he's shaking it now, having hurt it.
Absolutely. So Harmer, 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8, tidy enough. But I think you'll need a few in the wickets column here. 14 to win, 86 for 4. But that was almost a wicket first ball, because that could have just gone straight into the hands of short leg. So we've got Mosley on strike, so he's bowling to a left-hander. He's bringing in a man from deep cover into a deepish one-saving position. A slip and a short leg, and onto the back foot, Mosley will just drive up into a cluster of fielders, saving one on the offside, and it's Shane Snater who gets to it first. 86 for 4. Listening to BBC coverage here from Edgbaston of this, what will be the final afternoon of this match, and this is a very aggressive shot from Mosley, going for the slog sweep against Harmer, and well, he could easily have come to grief there. In the end, fortunately, didn't get the bat on it he was looking for, because he could have gone anywhere. 86 for 4. Here he's quite more confident in getting his foot to the pitch of the board and leaving a delivery alone, which is just turning away from him, as the ball will do, stock delivery will do. Slip and a short leg. 4 in a ring on the offside. And that's almost played onto his stumps. In fact, it has been. Yeah, bowled him. It's gone through. I thought for a moment he chopped it on, but I think it might have just gone straight through. But there he was backing away, trying to force it away into the offside. And I think it's gone straight through. We'll check the replay. We think it's gone straight through. Thought initially he might have chopped it on, but no, it's the end of Mosley. Well, just 14 to get, 86 for 5. Essex have put up a good fight here. Interesting, Harmer's introduction into the attack being quite a long time delay, but he's struck in his first over, 86 for 5.
Yes, so keeps it interesting, but only 14 required now for Warwickshire. A bit of frustration for Dan Mosley. Would love to have been there at the end, no doubt. We've seen a very slow replay here. I think he might have played that on.
Yeah, that was my first thought, Clive, but it would have been a pretty ugly dismissal actually if he hadn't hit it at all and it had just gone straight through.
Michael Burgess in next. Warwickshire still with a little bit of work to do here. If you need someone to take 5 wickets for 13 runs, you'd probably call on Simon Harmer, who I suspect was brought in as much as anything to make sure that -1 had gone off the scoreboard. And a wicket helps because they get a bit of extra time, I always think, with wicket. If wickets fall, they're given a little bit more leeway, so he's probably done enough to get that -1 off the scoreboard.
Maybe they should send Hassan Ali in to get a couple of 6s and end the game.
Well,
he might get the chance. He might get the chance.
Ollie Hallen-Dorby, then we're in for an entertaining finish.
He might get the chance.
So, Michael Burgess now poised. He's got 1 ball left this over.
And he bowls, and again, that's not too far from short leg. Coming off the open face of the bat down to leg gully, Lawrence. Again, I think it's Nick Brown there. He's sort of on his haunches thinking that's not too far away from me again. 86 for 5.
I think Harmer's saying that was very close for you. Why didn't you catch it?
Yes, well, that's another thing that could come into the equation. Burgess no score, Barnard 11. There are 14 runs to win, 5 wickets to take. Clearly, if Essex could get 2 more very quickly, everything is in the melting pot. But I think this does underline the point we were making that, well, I was thinking 180, maybe 140, 150 would have been really a hard chase now on this pitch.
Yeah. Well, if they could have matched Warwickshire's first innings score of 246, that would have required Warwickshire then to match Essex's first innings score of 126, which they would have expected to do. But if they were chasing 126 now, they would be a little bit more nervous. As it is, they're just chasing 100. They've got 14 more needed to win. Sam Cooks comes in with 2 slips in place to bowl to Barnard, who's just turning that onto the onside. There's no run. And it remains 86 for 5.
One suspects the test pitch will be flattered on this one. Otherwise, it could be, if the weather's good. It doesn't seem to have helped the batsman much, the fact we've had good overheads. So it could be a relatively quick test match on, because you feel the 2 seam attacks will be pretty strong on this pitch, and if it's like this one.
Cook to bowl, and that's just straight down the leg side, and it's taken full advantage of by Barnard, who's timed that very nicely through mid-wicket for 4, and again relieved the applause. The crowd actually, if anything, it's got bigger as the day's gone on, and they're quite absorbed in this. Most will be home supporters and just want to see the team through now. That takes them to within 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good sort of advert for those who advocate weekend cricket, because I understand it's much better attendance than you had on days 1 or 2. Probably sort of more cheerful weather for watching.
Yeah, in comes Cook to bowl, and that's run down to third for a single. We didn't start till 3 on day 1,
no.
So you wouldn't really expect many people to be in for that. 91 for 5. 9 more required, and Barnard's doing a good job for his team here. He's on 16.
What I would say is Cook would be desperately disappointed with that delivery that went for 4, because he's not used to bowling deliveries as indifferent as that, and it was just in the wrong place, wasn't it? And fairly easy for Barnard, but he's capable of very much getting it in the right place, and we're looking to do that now against the new batsman. The
stream is rather helpful, Tony. It's 0.06 runs on over required now. That's edge and caught, and Burgess has gone for a duck, and it is now 6 wickets down.
Well, that's exactly what we were saying. The fact that he can bowl the odd surprise indifferent ball. He's got the new batsman to bowl. He just bowls an absolute perler, which is, of course, what he's absolutely capable of. And 91 for 6 with 9 runs to get. Warwickshire will be pleased it is only 9 runs. But, well, it's probably too late, all this, but it's just causing a little bit of drama here at Edgbaston. And that was a beautiful delivery. It was just pitched and drew the new batsman into the stroke and nicely taken behind.
Well, it was taken by the slip.
Yeah,
first
it
was a good low catch. Because although it went pretty much straight to the field, it was quite low. Took it well. So 4 more wickets needed by Essex, and when you get to that stage, I think it's possible. It's not unheard of for 4 wickets to fall in 4 balls. So Warwickshire's changing room will be a little bit of pacing up and down going on right now.
Barnard will feel that he's the man in, and I don't think he'll be protecting people from the strike, but he'll want to make sure he takes control of his situation. He knows Briggs is a capable batsman, but he is in. He's played really well. He's looked very comfortable. He's just shown calmness from the moment he came in.
It was Alistair Cook that took the catch. He'll have taken those in his sleep over the years, but it wasn't an easy one. He took it well. So 91 for 6. A lot of fielders in now. They're going to try and keep Briggs on strike, put a bit of pressure on him. 9 required by Warwickshire. Essex need 4 wickets. And, well, they're certainly making a game of this. Cook comes into bowl. Sam Cook comes into bowl. To Briggs, who just opens the face of the bat and manages to squirt it away for a single. They think about a second, and they thought a bit too long. They probably could have got it in the end, but it was slightly misfielded, and you certainly don't want to give away run-outs right now. So they went for the caution and settled for 1.
Yeah, it turned out with the misfield they probably would have got back for the second. It also means that if Barnard wants to keep the strike, he's got 1 ball to do it. There's 2 short mid wickets in, which is an interesting field placing now, and 2 slips.
Be surprised if he worries too much about the strike. It's about just knocking these runs off now. 8 required, and he is going to get the strike as it happens. It's played just square leg for a single. Barnard on to 17, 7 required, so success for Sam Cook in that over. It's going to need a really special one now from Simon Harmer if Essex to pull off something fairly remarkable.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that was just the fact that Barnard's in looking comfortable, and it's just cutting off all margins. You know, the fact we've just seen a new batsman, Burgess, you know, brand new to the crease, having problems there with a very good delivery from Cook. So now, really, 1 boundary does it if they can, if Barnard can find it. But just 7 to win, 6 for the tie that you mentioned. We've got a slip and a short leg. We've got backward point cover, mid on, a short mid wicket, a deep lead gully. And here's an appeal for LBW first up. That was a shout from Harmer, but I think he was, looked fairly unconvincing, as basically Barnard was just going forward to that. Not a full-blooded appeal. Yeah, sort of Lawrence in a sort of almost like a short fine leg, but quite square. And a short mid wicket in, deep mid wicket on the boundary, long on now, back and on the back 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Here's Harmer bowling to Barnard. Barnard goes for a big swing. Is he caught behind the peel? Well, they think they maybe got an edge on that, and the umpire not giving any signal. Now, if that had been given out, that would have been a huge moment potentially. with the in-batsman gone, but Harmer causing a few problems here. And he sort of, a big swing, that was looking for the boundary to win the game. And
benefit of the replay, he hasn't hit it, but
no.
It was a bit of an ugly attempt.
Harmer bowls to Barnard again, and Barnard here plays an orthodox shot just down towards that short fine leg in Lawrence. So still 7 to get.
Just need to calm down here a bit, Ed Barnard. He can see the wicket post in sight, but he
was looking for that. Yes, he sees the short mid wicket and he knows if he clears that fielder, it's 4. And that's what he was looking for in the over. 93 for 6 as Harmer bowls, floated up, driven away, good shot for 4. He waited for that, went onto the back foot. He's just exuded calmness until this over, funnily enough. But he survived that bad moment against Harmer, and that should be the boundary to win the game for Warwickshire. 97 for 6. Through the covers, lovely shot.
Yeah.
21 to Barnard.
So one more blow like that would do it for Warwickshire.
It would indeed. Short leg and a slip in, but just 3 runs needed now. And that boundary surely will calm some nerves as Barnard here just comes forward and plays defensively into the onside. Well, he's done well. As I say, just that moment earlier in the over there where he got into a bit of trouble, but he's just shown calmness and hit the 4 balls away. And here he just gets one from Harmer. He was looking for a single, I think, but in the end he's only been able to play it straight back to Harmer. So a last throw of a dice basically is someone to take a hat-trick against the new batsman, Briggs, and then those that follow. It's going to have to be something fairly dramatic with just 3 to win. But Sam Cook, if he can put it in the right place as he did against Burgess, who knows? 97 for 6.
Just continues that nagging feeling if only they had got a few more runs, but not to be. And it's 97 for 6 as in comes Cook to bowl to Briggs, and that's come off an inside edge. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. It can't have missed the stumps for very much. And it's gone through for, in fact, I don't think it's hit anything. It's gone through for a bye. 98 for 6, 2 more required.
Gets Barnard back on strike. Yes, it's didn't know much about that. Briggs, bit of movement again from Cook. But gets Barnard on strike. 1 for the tie, 2 for the win, 4 wickets for Essex.
So, Cook to Ed Barnard. Can he see the job through now? It's a loose. He has got it away, Barnard. It will be stopped inside the boundary. They are coming back for the second run, though. And Warwickshire win the game by 4 wickets. And Ed Barnard sees them home. He finishes 23 not out. Cheers and applause around the ground. They've had to work for it in the end at Warwickshire. They looked favourites at the start of the day. They came up against some positive batting resistance from Essex and then chasing a modest target. They have been put under pressure, but ultimately Essex will feel just 40 or 50 runs short of what they needed to have a really good chance of winning the game. And Warwickshire get their 3rd win of the season, their 2nd here at Edgbaston, 2nd consecutive win over Essex here at Edgbaston, and they finish 100 for 6 to win by 4 wickets. They'll take 19 points. And Essex 3. It's been an absorbing day's cricket, but in the end, Warwickshire have got over the line for another decent victory.
Yep, well played Warwickshire. I think over the 2.5 days, they've been on top more often than Essex have been in the game. There have been times when Essex have fought back, but ultimately Essex, as was the case last year, ruining a first innings batting collapse, batting first in the game, and 76 for 2, becoming, 95 for 7, 112 for 8, 126 all out. It was a bit of a microcosm of what happened last year, and although Warwickshire didn't get the huge first innings lead, but they did last year, that last wicket stand, which, well, sometimes they can make the difference in games, and they've made the difference in this one all right in the end. Hassan Ali is 53 and 18 to Hannon Dolby, and the 70 runs added, a record for Warwickshire against Essex for that wicket. Those are the 2 key areas, I think, that have made the difference. But it was a good fight by Essex with the bat today. It just felt that the damage had been done late yesterday with those big wickets, Wesley, Cook, Brown and Lawrence. But Essex fought hard today and tried to give themselves something to defend on this pitch, and who knows, if it had another 25-30 runs to play with, it might have just made a difference.
Barnard and Danny Briggs applauded off the field. Both sets of players now in traditional manner shake each other's hands, line up alongside each other and shake each other's hands. 1 or 2 hugs. Rob Yates gets a hug. Not big runs for him, but actually in the context of a modest run chase, there were quite important runs at the top of the order from Rob Yates for his 17. Warwickshire finishing 100 for 6 then in their second innings, with Will Rhodes top scoring as he did in both innings of 29, but Ed Barnard's 23 not out of 28 balls, absolutely crucial. Rob Yates 17 and Dan Mosley 10, the only others to get into double figures. The wicket takers, Doug Bracewell 2 for 24, Sam Cook 2 for 32, Simon Harmer 1 for 5 in his 2 overs, and Jamie Porter 1 for 16. Shane Snater also bowled, he took none for 17 in his 6 overs. So there we are, Warwickshire gets the win, puts them top of the table now, but that is light, well, could change, would change if Sussex beat Middlesex. There's a long way to go in that match, so all results still possible, but Surrey, I should say, not Sussex, Surrey are in a strong position. So we will say goodbye to you. All the other matches, of course, are live online. If you're looking for some